Good evening. San Dimas City Council meeting for May 9th will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, would you please read roll call, please?
Councilmember Nakano?
Present.
Councilmember Weber?
Present.
Councilmember Viana?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ebner?
Here.
Mayor Bedar?
Here.
The record will reflect that all council are in attendance.
This evening we have a couple of presentations and recognitions. At this time, I'd like to introduce Orlando from our Parks and Rec to present the Older American honoree.
Good evening, Mayor Bedar and Councilman. My name is Orlando Soto, Recreation Coordinator. I oversee our senior services. In honor of Older American Month, we would like to recognize our seniors as well as our Older American honoree. We invited our Senior Citizen Club Treasury, Debbie Malov, to report on the Senior Citizen Club. At this time, I would like to invite Debbie Malov to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Bedar, council members, and guests. I'm here tonight representing the San Dimas Senior Citizen Club with our president, Nancy Wilson, and various board members accompanying us. We were asked to give a report for 2022. I would like to briefly go over our activity during the pandemic also. We held our last meeting on March 10th, 2020. All activities, of course, as did the world, came to an abrupt halt, and during that time, the board of the San Dimas Senior Club was able to vote on, approve unanimously via contact with our club president or at a one-on-one in-person socially distanced and masked meeting held on the lawn outside the Senior Center on October 5th, 2020. Over the course of 2020, the following donations were made, even though we were not, of course, earning any money. The City of San Dimas Food Pantry, $1,608.88. Hope Partners Food Pantry at the House of Joy Church in San Dimas, $1,500. San Dimas Laverne Meals on Wheels, $1,500. San Dimas Senior Citizens Commission, Swing for Seniors, $1,000. McKinley Children's Home, $1,000. Celebrate Life Anyway, the Samantha Palumbo Foundation, $1,000. Chaparral High School, $500. The City of San Dimas for Utilities and Special Events, $500. And one San Dimas High School Senior High Scholarships, 8, totaling $2,000. Total donations in 2020, $10,608.88. We actually resumed meetings in July of 2021. The San Dimas Community Bingo held on Tuesdays at the Plummer Building under the San Dimas Senior Club resumed operation on 10/5/21. This weekly event is our major fundraising. 2 additional large fundraisers were held by the Senior Club in 2021, a bunco and a yard sale. The monthly 50/50 cash raffles include club members and bingo. Our donations for 2021 include the City of San Dimas, $1,000 for utilities and special events. Holiday Extravaganza, $1,000. Hope Partners Food Pantry, $2,115. We also donated 42 bags of non-perishable food items collected at Tuesday Bingo. YWCA, the Food Grab and Go program, $1,000. Meals on Wheels, San Dimas Laverne, $1,500. One senior high scholarship, $250. Total donations, 2021, $6,865. 2022 saw us able to look at a little bit more realistic pre-pandemic picture. Our income for 2022 for club, $5,930. That includes 2 major fundraisers, membership, dues, and 50/50 monthly raffle. Our income for bingo, $42,738, with a total 2022 income of $48,668. Our donations, City of San Dimas, $5,550. Holiday Extravaganza, $2,000. Hope Partners Food Pantry, $2,850. All coffee money and donation for pantry from bingo are included. We also donated 164 bags of non-perishable food items collected at Tuesday Bingo. The YWCA Food Grab and Go program, $1,000. Meals on Wheels, San Dimas Laverne, $1,250. Hilltop Church Food Pantry, San Dimas, $400. San Dimas Heroes, $500. San Dimas Sheriff Boosters, $500. San Dimas Fire Station, number 64, gift cards totaling $500. Senior high school scholarships, 7, totaling $9,000. Elementary schools, Exrand, Allen, Gladstone, and Shull, $500 each site, totaling $2,000. The Pacific Railroad Museum, San Dimas, $300. San Dimas Nature Center, $300. The Charter Oak Mobile Home Monthly Bingo, $315. 2 senior citizen gift baskets at Thanksgiving, $100. We also adopted 3 families equaling 10 people for the holidays, $1,200. Our total donations of 2022, $27,715. The San Dimas Senior Club also collected monetary donations from our members and bingo people and provided 2 of the adopted families both full Thanksgiving turkey dinners and again at Christmas holiday with full ham dinners. And in addition to the purchased holiday gifts, with emphasis on, of course, the 7 children, our members and bingo players created handmade items, donated gift cards, clothing, toys, and jewelry that was gifted in addition to what we purchased. So although we're not back to where we previously were, we're headed that direction and are having about 45 members show every Tuesday for meetings. And we have currently 91 members that have paid dues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. At this time, I would like to recognize our Older American honoree, Caroline Grom, who is sitting to my left.
I think we're just going to let Carolyn. Okay, I guess we're not.
The City of San Dimas is proud to announce the selection of Caroline Gone as our 2023 Older American honoree. Caroline was nominated by several San Dimas residents and chosen by the San Dimas Senior Commission to represent the City of San Dimas for 2023. Caroline has lived in San Dimas for over 30 years. She is retired from the Bonita Unified School District, where she taught for 32 years. Once Caroline retired, she did not slow down. With her many years of experience as an educator, she became a valued volunteer in 3rd and 4th grade classroom. Caroline was also a dedicated volunteer for 4th grade hands-on history program offered through the Bonita Unified School District. Caroline continues to be involved in education through the Delta Kappa Gamma, an organization of retired and current teachers who raise funds for scholarships and grants for new educators. As a member, Caroline collects school supplies, assembles activities boxes for children in the hospital, and collects books for classroom libraries. About 10 years ago, Caroline's late husband, Nolan, suggested that they focus more on volunteering in their own community of San Dimas. They began volunteering for Hope Partners Food Pantry in San Dimas, where Caroline still volunteers 2 to 3 days a week. Caroline has served many roles over many years as a volunteer there. Caroline says she really enjoys the people she works with and feels like volunteering has been a great opportunity for her. Congratulations to our 2023 Older American honoree, Caroline Gome.
Caroline, if you'd like to go back to your seat and have a seat. Then I'm going to read this proclamation, and I think it'll give you.
At this time, I would like to invite Lower Bentley District Representative from the office of Senator Susan Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you to the City Council. Thank you to the wonderful residents of San Dimas for having me here today. I'm here on behalf of Senator Susan Rubio, who represents the San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire for the California State Senate. And this Older American Month, we are pleased to present a certificate of recognition to Carolyn Grome on behalf of the California State Senate for all of your wonderful contributions, not just to the city of San Dimas, but to the Inland Empire and our shared community entirely. This certificate of recognition reads, so everyone can hear about your wonderful contributions. On behalf of the California State Senate, it is my privilege to present you with this certificate in recognition of being selected as the City of San Dimas' Older American honoree. I commend and applaud you for your years of teaching, volunteering, and fundraising with the Bonita Unified School District. You are a great example to our shared community by continuing to create fun activities and provide fresh food goods for so many even after. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor, and thank you for magnanimously representing Senate District 22. Signed, Senator Susan Rubio. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to present this proclamation. Whereas for the past 58 years, the month of May has been proclaimed throughout the country as Older American Recognition Month. And whereas the City of San Dimas recognizes that older adults are trailblazers advocating for themselves, their peers, and their communities, paving the way for future generations. And whereas we appreciate the value and inclusion and support of the helping older Americans successfully contribute to and benefit from their communities. And whereas during the month of May, the City of San Dimas is celebrating the birthdays of those residents who this year have obtained the age of 90 and older. And whereas Carolyn Gome, active volunteer in the City of San Dimas, has been selected to represent the City of Los Angeles at the City of Los Angeles County Older American Recognition Celebration. And whereas the San Dimas Senior Citizen Club, the Bingo Committee, the Senior Citizen Commission are commended for their volunteer commitments and financial contributions for the betterment of San Dimas senior citizens, community center, our community center, and the residents of San Dimas. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Emmett G. Badar, Mayor Pro Tem John Ebner, council members Eric Nakano, Ryan Vienna, and Eric Weber, do hereby proclaim May as the Older American Month. Urge every citizen to take time this month to recognize older adults and the people they serve and support them in a very powerful and vital citizens who greatly contribute to our community. In witness thereof, I, Mayor Emmett J. Badar, have hereon set my hand and caused the seal of the City of San Dimas to be affixed this 9th day of May, 2023. Congratulations once again, Carolyn. You represent us well, and we as a community deeply appreciate it. As far as our senior club, we're second to none. We all know it. Everybody in this room knows it. And everybody out there in the city of San Dimas knows. And I know it because when you show up here on Tuesdays, bingo's full, everybody's having fun. And thank you very much for your contributions to our community. At this time, I'd like to recognize the San Dimas High School 2023 CIF Southern Regional Division 4 champions, Jay Jones. Don?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to introduce Dominic Borba, our Recreation Supervisor, who will begin the announcement.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are excited to announce the CIF championships for San Dimas High School. There are 2 recognitions that we are doing tonight. We're doing the girls wrestling and the women's cheer team. So tonight, I'd like to first start off with recognizing the efforts of Kaylee Rice, a senior masters champion, and Juliana Marquez, sophomore, second-time CIF champion and second-time CIF masters champion. We would like to call Coach Jesse up to assist with the presentation.
Sure. Put me on the spot. Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Thank you guys for having us here. I appreciate it. Just honor to go ahead and honor my 2 CIF and Masters champions. Girls wrestling has come a long way in a short amount of time. It's just an honor and a privilege to be up here to lead these young women to where they go and continue to keep doing it and hopefully see you again next year. Sure. First one I'd like to call up is Juliana Marquez. And Kaylee Rice. And we also have my coaches that I like to call up, and the first one is Angel Solis. And the last one I would like to bring up is she's also a CIF champion from San Dimas High School, is Tiki Jamie.
Two, three. One more. Thank you, Orlando.
One more. A wide angle. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's give another congratulations to the women wrestlers. Next up, we would like to recognize the high school cheer team. Helping us with that tonight is going to be Principal Dr. Scott Sparks.
Again, we'd like to thank you for always recognizing us and coming to our events and supporting us in everything we do. I do have one announcement to make since it's San Dimas High School and I'm the principal. Our culinary arts management team went to Washington, D.C. just last week to compete, and they actually took 3rd in the nation. So that's going to be awesome. This one. My cheer team is awesome, to be honest with you. This is incredible that they do this every single year.
Let me correct that. Our cheer team.
Our cheerleaders are awesome. And they are, I mean, if nothing else, we know that we will always see every single year who the older San Dimas person is, because cheer brings us here every single year at this time. So thank you so much for that. So with further ado, Aubrey Hayes. Avery. Dahlia.
Thank you.
Giselle. Haley. Holly. Ireland. Leah. Maddie.
Oh my God.
Marina. Melissa. Maya. I thought I seen you. Peyton. Brianna. Oh, she's not. Yeah, we don't want to be recognized. Okay.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
These guys are professional.
You guys ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
All right, let's give another round of applause to our CIF champions. Way to represent San Dimas. Congratulations.
You know, it's okay on a Friday night or any other time during the school year to go out and see these girls participate at football games and cheer contests. We're very fortunate that our school district supports and the community supports the activities that our school presents. And as we all know, how many times we've had CIF winners come before us here. And I want to thank not only the students, but the staff of San Dimas High School. They represent us well. We give it about 30 seconds here. Okay. Okay. And see if they want to work themselves in. Okay. If there are people out in the hallway that wish to come in now that some of the seats are vacant, feel free to come on in and sit down. Scott, could you walk out there, or somebody walk out there and... All right, Scott? John? Okay. This time we'll have oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda or not on this agenda. Public comment will not be taken during each individual agenda item except for public hearing matters. Comments on public hearing items will be heard when that item is scheduled for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to a staff or set for discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. Additionally, public comment for the Foothill project and the public hearing items, which include the citywide landscape tax, boulevard, the Northwoods assessment districts, will occur when those items are heard later in the agenda. We ask that all speakers wait until their time to address the City Council. Madam City Clerk, do we have a speaker cards?
Mayor, Council, the first speaker is Sylvia Melendez with the Chamber of Commerce, speaking on the Teacher of the Year Award.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sylvia Melendez. I'm the CEO of the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce. Today I'm here to talk about the Teacher of the Year Awards. We're pleased to invite the community to the Teacher of the Year Awards, which will be taking place on Tuesday, May 16th from 5 to 7. The doors open at 4:30 p.m. at the University of the Life Pacific University campus located at 1100 West Covina Boulevard in San Dimas. The Teacher of the Year event gives the San Dimas teachers a chance to be recognized as exceptional people who have inspired students, colleagues, and the community. Our schools that are being recognized include Allen Avenue, Fred Ekstrand Elementary School, Gladstone, Scholl, Lone Hill Middle School, Chaparral High School, San Dimas High, as well as Life Pacific University, Canyon View School, and McKinley's Children's Center, and Glen Rocky Camp School. To express our gratitude and recognize their hard work and perseverance, we recognize the teachers, and we provide them dinner for two, a plaque, certificates of recognition, a nameplate, and gift baskets. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, including our basket contributors, which include Alra Care Products, Gina Rabin, Linco Custom Picture Framing, Moxie Salon, Options for Learning, Optum, Realty One Group Masters, Sona Bagdasarian's office, San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, Sud's Kitchen, the Law Office of Margarita Karasik McKee, West Park Senior Living. And our yearbook program sponsors include the Maryland Sparks Agency, Seroptimus International of La Verne and San Dimas, the Sunflower Funeral Planning. Our support sponsors include Alliant International University, Balloon Art by Helena, Hometown Rentals of San Dimas, the San Dimas Masonic Temple, the San Dimas Rotary Club, the Law Office of Margarita Karasik McKee. Our recognition sponsor includes the Fairplex. Our support sponsors include Foothill Gold Line, Golden State Water, G&M Oil Company in San Dimas, which is Chevron, and Waste Management. If you have any questions or would like to purchase any tickets or are interested in being a sponsor, please contact me at 909-592-3818 or at info@sandimaschamber.com. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Julie Salazar on Ethics Code.
Hello. I had written an email regarding looking at the possibility of having an ethics code for the city. It's being adopted in many cities, and I'd like to see an independent group of people that does oversight for our leadership in the city. I think it's something that's timely, and I think it's something that we need in the city, and I think it would be something that we could use to either diffuse or help in situations that we've been having in the city. So I'd like to either put that on the agenda or start a discussion about how we go about doing that. But it's something we talked about years ago, and I think its time has come. So that was one of the issues I wanted to discuss.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Margie Green with the Historical Society.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. I'm Margie Green, and I'm here to represent the San Dimas Historical Society. We have 2 events coming up, actually 3. One will be with the city, and that will be the Cars and Coffee on the 3rd weekend, the 3rd Saturday of this month. But this coming Saturday, the 13th, San Dimas Historical Society is doing a free walking tour. So all of you that would like to find out the history of our downtown, please come on by. We'll be giving the tour starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. Dave Harbin is the one that will be leading the tour. If you would, just call and leave a message at the Historical Society that you'd like to be there. We're also open from 10 till 1 in the gift shop and the museum. We'd love to have people come by and visit and get to know San Dimas just a little bit better. It's a wonderful weekend to do it. It's going to be 85 degrees, and it's going to be a nice day to take a walk. The walk takes about 1 hour and 15 minutes and is about 0.7 miles, so it's really not very long, but you get a lot of history and you can learn a lot from that. And then the following weekend, the 20th, is when the city is having their Cars and Coffee, and the Historical Society will also be open that day from 8:30 in the morning to 10:30 in the morning, and you can come on by and visit our gift shop. That's where they have the restrooms for the Cars and Coffee, so come on by, use the restroom, go shopping. And then also the Historical Society is having their May dinner. This is when we get new officers in and change things around a little bit, and we invite you to come remember with us is the name of our talk, our theme for the night. And what we're doing is putting on a slide, well, not a slideshow, we're doing a PowerPoint show on different pictures from our history around town. We're also asking people if you have pictures from the say 50s, 60s, 70s. That's our history. We'd like to beef up a little bit and have more pictures, so please bring those or get them to the office so we can scan them and get the originals back to you. But it'll be a fun evening, and that's on May 25th. And if you want more information on that, go on our website, and that's sandimashistorical.org. And you can learn more about it. You can also pay online. We're getting a little modernized, so you can actually pay for your dinner online and learn more about the dinner for that evening. So there again, you've got the 13th, which is our walking tour, and will be open from 10 to 1 that day. The next weekend on the 20th will be open from 8:30 in the morning. I think theirs starts at 8, but our people are showing up at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll be there till about 10:30. And so come on by that day. And then also you can find out more about our dinner that we're having. And that dinner is going to be quite fun, seeing a lot of old pictures from around town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the speaker cards that have been turned in.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak on any other issue, except for public hearings?
I am Mayor Bedard. Thank you so much. My name is Dave Milbright, government teacher at San Dimas High School. want to come out here and thank you so much for what the city staff and the city council did in supporting our Students in Government Day this last April. We really appreciated the work that LaToya and Scott and the people in the Recreation Department, JJ and all the others out there did a great job. Every year it's wonderful. This year is even more so, and we appreciated those efforts that you had. Some of our students wrote some letters saying how much they appreciated what you did, opening up your doors to them, the real life experiences that they had. They understood what city council means. They understood what city government means. I try to teach it, but I don't do enough of that. You all made that much more possible. We have a tradition in the last 5 decades of sometimes people coming from our school, getting interested in city government and city politics, moving on, and we have another one this year, actually. Scott, you had that open house for people for Parks and Recreation. One of our students, I believe, Councilmember Weber, you had Boz Porter, he came by, he applied, and on the spot, he got hired. So he's going to be a recreation leader this summer, and proud of him and all of our other students. So we want to say thank you again for your support of this program over these many decades and for the continued support down the road. So Chris, I have a few letters. If you could hand those off to the folks in the City Council, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
Take care, sir. Thank you for doing what you do.
I'll just lower this a bit. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tanya Serta. I'm a 10-year resident of the city, and I have 2 children that attend San Dimas High School and Lone Hill Middle School. I recently reached out to Caltrans concerning the easement located at 689 West Covina Boulevard, and I also plan to attend the next school district meeting as well, but I wanted to bring this to your attention, both to the City Council and administration, to implore you to please coordinate with the Sheriff's Department and Caltrans to address the safety issue that this easement is posing. The Caltrans easement is being used as a homeless encampment and a site for illicit drug use. I learned fentanyl overdoses have occurred at this site as recently as last week. While drug use and overdoses are always unfortunate, what makes this particular location exponentially worrisome is its proximity to our high school. Just 275 feet away from this easement is the San Dimas High School baseball field, and 775 feet away are one of the entrances. Hundreds of our children walk by this easement every day, twice a day. And in a time when we have to worry about mass shootings and fentanyl deaths, mitigating exposure to these hazards is our responsibility. While I understand that homelessness is a complex issue and the red tape that prevents solutions, our children and their safety should be at our highest priority. Again, I implore you to coordinate with these agencies and use every resource at your disposal to make this area safe for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you back. You probably can't see it on my arm, but you'll see some open sores. 2 weeks ago when I was out of California, I didn't have them. These sores are from stress caused by the events going on at Charter Oak. They are now forming across my back. What's causing the stress and affecting my heart? On February 1st, the committee, Joe Davenport, calls me a liar in front of 25 residents. On February 28th, DeFalco sends me a letter saying I have no right to appear before you, attempting to abridge my First Amendment and 14th Amendment rights and my civil rights. There were mistakes in my February, March, and April rent. I had a rent increase of $166.73. I was the only resident in the park to get that rent increase. There were repeated failures to provide the medical baseline and care credits despite evidence I was entitled to them. And the rent statements were not corrected until the end of April, and thank you to Lily Flores, who took it upon herself to resolve it. So it took 4 months to fix mistakes that never should have occurred. On May 3, DeFalco sent me, John DeFalco, or as I call him, John Mussolini DeFalco, of the head of the management company, sent a letter to me and Kathy Amstone, claiming that we were knocking on doors and spreading false rumors and telling residents that DeFalco was attempting to eliminate all the old single-wide homes in Charter Oak. There are multiple false statements in the letter. I sent an email out to you. You have a copy of it today with attachments. There is no provision that a mere sale of a mobile home that is more than 17 or 20 years old or more than 25 years old if manufactured after September 15, 1971, triggers the Health and Safety Code inspection requirements. Inspections under the Health and Safety Code are to be carried out by the City Housing Director. And if a mobile home is unsafe or unsanitary condition and/or is structurally unsound and does not protect its occupants against the elements, it triggers the inspection. There are no provisions for private inspection companies, and DeFalco have designated 3 that we must use if we put our house for sale. The information DeFalco is demanding in the notice to sell is not required by law, and DeFalco has no legal right to refuse to accept the 60-day written notice of intent. That's the end of Charter Oak. This Saturday, between 4 and 8, at the Civic Center Park is the San Dimas Music Fest. You're all invited to attend. There's great music and good food. Thank you. Oh, I have a copy of all the California codes that DeFalco mentioned in his letter. They're all on this one document. If it helps you, you're welcome to have this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Emmett. Nice to see you. I have been disputing my bills since January, when DeFalco took over management at Charter Oak. Now, there was a kangaroo court where there was a meeting between the city staff and DeFalco and his billing company, but I'm a party to that dispute, and I was not in that meeting. And based on that meeting, I get a letter today from Henry No saying, basically, in short, oh, well, we agree with DeFalco, pay the bill. I'm not paying the bill. Now, I gave each of you a copy. You should have it on your... I took the last 4 bills that Lily gave me that were supposedly the adjusted bills, and I calculated it out. Now, I got 6 different rent statements in February. I got 3 different rent statements in March. I got 2 different rent statements in April. And finally, by May, I got a correct rent statement. But they kept carrying the credit or the debit balance forward. And the overusage of gas that I was charged in February, what they did to make it look like they were doing something was split it in half and moved half of it into March. Now, I took the bills that Lily gave me because the numbers are so convoluted at this point, nobody can make heads nor tails of them. And if you will look at those bills, you will see what the monthlies are. The difference between what they say I owe and what I calculated based on Lily's bills is $96.36. I'm not paying it. I have brought this to your attention for months. I am an elderly senior citizen. I am a protected class. And yet I have been living with an immense amount of stress and feeling threatened in my home. And now John DeFalco has a target on my back and a target on Maddie's back and making accusations against us that are false. And he is your agent. This city hired him to represent the business interests at Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates. And you folks have an opportunity to stand up and do what's right. If you don't, you are complicit with his actions, and that makes the city of San Dimas a slumlord. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I want to commend Mayor Badar and Councilmember Ryan Viana for attending our meeting in the park last Sunday, April 29th, or I believe it 30th. We had over 400 residents there to get information about this, what was originally described as formerly unhoused housing project in the city of San Dimas city limits, but would be also affecting the Laverne residents as well. I also commend you for putting this item on the agenda, as Laverne Council chose not to do that. I am proud that you wrote a letter in opposition and sent that to the County Board of Supervisors.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I appreciate your comments, but we're going to be calling that issue in about 2 or 3 minutes. And if you don't mind, unless you need to leave, you'd like to...
No, the instructions said a public hearing only, and it says other business, so I thought that was excluded. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am?
Hi, I'll make this quick. I'm a resident of Charter Oak Mobile Home Park, and when I received this letter from John DeFalco dated April 24th, he cited several civil codes. One was 798.73, saying that if your home is built after September 1971, if it's more than 25 years old, or if it was in dilapidated condition. But if you put those dates together, it's pretty much every house in mobile home estates, Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates. And what he's saying is that we have to follow this procedure, which is to give a notice of intent to sell, and the subtitle of that notice is a notice to termination of tenancy, which indicates to me that it's the tenancy that we're terminating, and we're just notifying him that we're going to sell our property, which doesn't give him the authority to have us order from private inspection companies an inspection of the home before we list it. And then on the notice of intent to sell, he asks 20 different questions, and about 6 or 7 of them have nothing to do with the first few are about the mobile home itself, which is the serial number and all that stuff, which we already gave him information in our file about our mobile home and the license numbers and all that. So why is he asking us, who is the listing agent? What is the company that you're listing with? What's the asking price? How many bedrooms? This is not the management's problem. It's not the management's business, because these are homes that we own. And part of that code that he cites says if the home looks in dilapidated condition, which is something that the managers should be noting as they go. If the house is starting to look dilapidated, they could give notice to that particular buyer. But they're trying to enforce something where every person who puts their house up for sale, their mobile home up for sale, has to now get an inspection, pay, which I know as a real estate agent, it's going to cost the sellers at least $400 to get a home inspection, and then the city will reimburse them. They have no right to tell us that we have to get a home inspection just because we're selling our house and just because it's 25 years old. If it was built from before 71 to 1998, now all of a sudden we have to get their okay from a home inspection, private home inspection company, and then we have to pay for it before we list our house. And I don't understand that the civil codes do not state that. They say you need to give a 60-day notice of intent to move, which we can do, and it doesn't say that we have to have a private inspection before we can list the house. It says that the code enforcement, the appropriate code enforcement of the city or whatever the state, but the city of San Dimas does not have code enforcement for that purpose.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak towards the council? Okay, I'd like, Paul?
I wasn't going to do this tonight, but I got my dander up a little bit. January 1st, when DeFalco took over, I walked into that manager's office and had a question about my utilities, my electric. Her answer was, I'll take it under advisement. And as of today, I have not heard one word from them. Now, on April 4th, Mr. DeFalco wanted 90 days to get adjusted. April 4th, I went in there and said, okay, I want my rent receipt. I would like my rent receipts. Well, she told me I'll have them in your tube that day, April 4th. It was April 8th. Now, to me, that's a lie. And she had no problem. She should have come out and said, it'll be a little bit, give me a couple more days. Fine. But just to be ignored for 4 days and not say anything, no. You should go into that office. It's like a fort. It's so uncomfortable to go in there. You walk in the office, and the first thing Gary, the manager, does is stand up and walk around his desk. I'm sorry, that's threatening. You know, his wife has lied to me now on several occasions. That woman, you guys are the ones who put him in there and don't do a damn thing about it. I guess you just don't want to be bothered with us. You own it. Take responsibility. It's your job. It's what you're paid for. And somebody got to tell DeFalco and his managers they're nothing but hired help. We pay the damn bills. We pay you to pay them. And what we're due is respect. And that is something DeFalco knows nothing about, is defect. He's a tyrant. He wants to come in and order you and tell you what you're going to do. Well, DeFalco can just plain kiss my ass.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd just like to take this one opportunity. Earlier today, I attended a celebration of life ceremony for Terry Muse. Those people who know her, she was our long-term waste management representative. She represented us well, even though she's a resident of the and was a former council person of Baldwin Park. I don't think anyone knew that she wasn't a resident of San Dimas. So what I would propose is that maybe at the end of tonight's meeting, after the council has spoken, that we adjourn the meeting in Terry's memory. There were several staff members there, along with many members of the community, and she'll be missed. And we'll talk a little bit more about her a little later in the evening. We'll go to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests a separate discussion.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we'll move into the discussion and consideration to submit a letter of opposition to the proposed affordable, permanent, supported housing development project at 740 East Foothill Boulevard and county funding of the project. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight, I would like to bring to your attention the item before you regarding a draft notice of opposition to the proposed by right permanent supportive housing project located on 3 parcels near 740 East Foothill Boulevard. The project, recently unveiled to both the cities of San Dimas and Laverne, is a by right residential development that is still undergoing review by the Los Angeles County Regional Planning Department and was recommended for a loan approval by the Los Angeles County Development Authority, or otherwise known as LOCDA, through its Notice of Funding Availability number 28. By right means that said project falls under certain state laws that allow the development to circumvent a number of requirements that are typical of city and county development, things like full CEQA analysis, public input, and whatnot. And so these projects, in an effort to expedite the building of affordable housing, are provided a quicker pathway to conclusion to be able to get those projects in. As you are aware, the City Council requested City staff draft a notice of opposition to this project at their last meeting, which a draft is presented to you tonight for your consideration. The draft notice was developed based on the information known at the time of agenda posting on May 5th. This is your letter, and the Council can change, update, and edit the draft as necessary to fit the requirements and need of the majority of the Council. Before the start of the discussion, I would like to express gratitude to Supervisor Catherine Barger and her staff for delaying action on the LOCDA funding and her support of robust community engagement and input. Community education, input, and consideration are important components of governance, and Supervisor Barger's efforts to ensure this occurs prior to any action is much appreciated in improving communication and coordination efforts between the county, LOCDA, the developer, and the cities of San Dimas and Laverne. Since publication of the agenda, the city received communication from LOCDA's executive director, Emilio Salas, regarding a draft version of the opposition letter addressing concerns raised by the city, which we published online. A copy of the letter is included in the front of you, but the highlights of the letter include the following, and they address points by point what we stated in our letter. LOCDA does not require outreach at the application stage and that they understand that the developer is planning to schedule community meetings that are both virtual and in person to hear direction from the community. The first was held virtually today between 5:30 and 6:30. LOCTA indicates that differences between project submission for permits are different than what was submitted for funding, and that this is not unusual. LOCTA has a comprehensive design review process where discrepancies will be addressed and any impacts to the project funding evaluated based on the discrepancies that are identified. LOCTA does not believe that the existing market nor the easement requirements of the neighboring property will impair the developer's ability to deliver a site that is vacant and ready for development at the time of sale. The developer has the responsibility to provide all the development rights to the project before LOCTA will fund the project. LOCTA outlines a selection process that is based strictly on eligibility and scoring, which is done by 3 contracted reviewers in the field of affordable housing financing, architectural design, and supporting services. According to LOCTA, they don't do the initial review, they just check over the review that's done by these independent individuals. LOCTA indicates that this proposed project received higher scores, 72 points more, than the next project submitted by U.S. Vets, and the next project, Jubilo Village, did not meet LOCTA's scoring eligibility. LOCTA believes that the developer has provisioned adequate services to address the needs of the target population which they are intending for this property. These are all pieces of information responses to the letter that we provided, that LOCTA provided to us. The latest information heard is that the developer is seeking to change the target population to previously unhoused seniors instead of all age, and to reduce the height of the building from 5 stories down to 4 stories, which would match the developer's funding application. City staff cannot confirm if this is the case or if such is approved by LOCTA and what would potentially be proposed for funding. That question is best answered by the county, LOCTA, or the developer. Clearly, this project, how it came to fruition, and where does this project go from here are significant topics of discussion in the community. City staff remain available to take the direction of the council in how to proceed with a letter or any other actions requested to further their policy direction. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I look forward to the discussion this evening and the direction from the council. With that, I'll return it to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will, any questions of the city manager?
From the council. I guess my questions are for the developer or LA County, but are they going to be available at some point to answer questions?
Well, we have a representative of Supervisor Barger's office, so he's going to make a statement. Okay. And if you want to ask him a question, then sure. Okay. Anish? Call him Anish because I'm not sure I could pronounce his last name, but he represents Supervisor Barger, and I want to thank you for coming tonight to help us navigate this.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I do appreciate the opportunity to address the council on this issue. My name is Anish Saraya. I represent Supervisor Barger. I'm her planning deputy. And on behalf of the supervisor, I'd like to read a prepared statement that she wanted to share with the entire community. The senior housing project planned for 740 East Foothill Boulevard has been plagued by misinformation, largely due to a lack of community involvement. And we have been working hard to correct that. At my direction, National Corps' application for a $7 million grant from the LA County Development Authority has been placed on hold. It will not be presented to the Board of Supervisors for a vote until National Corps satisfactorily fulfills their commitment to community outreach. As noted in my open letter to constituents, this $35 million project is not legally required to have public hearings or require discretionary county approval. But I am hopeful that the community will be able to find and reach a place of consensus. I appreciate National Corps' recent efforts to provide residents with information about the project, including setting up a website, an email to respond to residents' questions, and hosting a community workshop session that happened earlier this afternoon with a promise to offer far more engagement beyond just that first meeting. I also appreciate their willingness to reevaluate and accommodate my request for the population of the project to be shifted to one of the fastest growing demographics in the county's population of people experiencing homelessness, which is seniors. I am committed to doing my part to respond to my constituents' concerns about the project's impacts on traffic and its demands on the existing infrastructure. Given the concerns I've heard, I have asked the county's Department of Public Works to begin a comprehensive traffic study for the Foothill Boulevard corridor, specifically the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Canyon View Drive, to determine if additional traffic controls and other appropriate infrastructure is needed to support general traffic, mobility, and pedestrian safety. As National Corps noted in their community meeting earlier this afternoon, this is not a shelter. This project will not serve a transient population. It is intended to be for long-term living. Each homeless senior resident will sign a lease to live there, will receive supportive services, including but not limited to health, mental health, case management, and employment help. The site will also be monitored and maintained in the long run by National Corps as they own and operate their supportive housing facilities. I want to note that at today's community meeting, National Corps committed to reevaluating the design of the project based on the feedback they have received. Obviously, some of the strongest comments we've heard have to do with the height, scale, and size. They have committed to reevaluating the design of the project based on that feedback, including size and total number of units. I believe community input makes projects better, and I believe in a bottom-up process. While state law has removed my ability to have a direct voice in the approval of this project, I remain committed to representing the desires of the communities I serve. I will continue to work with National Corps, your city council, and local residents to address your questions and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
I don't really have any questions for Anish. Is National Corps going to be here to answer questions, or no?
No, I don't believe so.
I'm not aware, no.
All right.
I did email National Corps, but I did not get a response confirming that they would be in attendance.
Anish, I'll just throw them out there. If you think you can read their minds, then feel free to answer them. Just no order particularly. Why are there so many bicycle spaces?
My understanding is that the bicycle spaces were oriented to the previous population. Obviously, once they heard the concerns from the community and from our office, I believe they were looking to move to a different target population, and we'll be looking to redesign and adjust the project to really better fit that senior population.
Okay, that's good to hear. The proximity to stores, doesn't seem like there are that many. There are some businesses close by, but as far as a lot of day-to-day shopping that people might want to do, there don't seem to be stores very close. And again, National Corps may be the better one to answer why they...
Yeah, and to the extent possible, I'm very happy to answer the things that we can, but I think that might be a better question for National Corps.
That's about it, I guess.
Okay.
I did have one question I see here. It was more for Chris or Lily, and I think it's just a question. Do we, by any chance, know what percentage of Charter Oak Mobile Home Estates residents are at the 30% or below income level? I'm sorry, I didn't give you a heads up on that question before, but I
know that just under 100 of the 168 rough units are on medical baseline. I just don't know the percentage of average median income that would qualify. It is pretty low. It could be 30, but I would have to confirm that.
Okay, understand. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Anish, and thank you, Supervisor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anish, I wondered if you could talk about your experience working with National Corps. I understand that you've had a few projects or engagements with them previously, or did I misunderstand?
So National Corps is a company that has worked with the County of Los Angeles. I believe they have projects that are in Glendale, Inglewood, and a few other places throughout LA County specifically, but our office has not directly worked with them on a specific project in the unincorporated areas.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you, and thank the supervisor for allowing you to visit with us tonight. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comments, but what I will ask is, as you can look around, there's several people in the room. If you would be respectful of your neighbors and the time allotted. I'm going to allow 3 minutes per conversation, but I also will, if I think there's a last few moments comment, I may allow that to go, but we're going to try to handle to 3 minutes at a time. So anyone wishing to speak, feel free to come up to the mic. We didn't fill out cards.
Mayor, we do have speaker
Oh,
cards.
do we do? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Julie Salazar.
How many cards you have?
Hello. I made a few notes. I actually sat in on the CORE meeting tonight, and I've actually worked with several people who have worked with CORE. And one of the women, Jill Shook, is a national organizer for affordable housing throughout the country. Her projects include projects in Denver, in South and North Carolina, in Pasadena, in the local new CORE project that she's been working with is actually, I believe, in the vicinity of Pasadena City Hall. So if they believe that it's safe enough to be near Pasadena City Hall, there must be some credibility and responsibility and oversight. So when I spoke to her today to try to get some information for the meeting tonight, she told me that she's worked with CORE on several projects. Not only does she respect them, but she's encouraged by the projects that she's worked on, and she's helped provide 35,000 affordable units in the last few years that she's been working. The irony's not lost on me that tonight we give an award to a senior citizen in the city who does great work. And we respect senior citizens, and we talk about how much we want to make them comfortable and we want to make them welcomed and how we want them to be part of our community. And then at the same time, we have a room full of people that want to talk about how these senior citizens that are in need are a vulnerable population that need to have housing because it's necessary and in need, that we don't want them in our community. So we kind of can't do both. We either accept and include and become inclusive and welcome people of all backgrounds, and those that are unhoused or those that have been wealthy or those who are not wealthy. And tonight during the meeting, we have 67,000 unhoused people in California. We have great need to provide housing. Personally, I had a mom that I took care of for 22 years in the area, and trying to find services for her was difficult. I also had for 20-some years unhoused youth that lived with me in my home, and I provided services for them because there's a need with foster. Once you age out of the foster system, there's a need. Dropouts from high school, there's a need. So in our communities and in every other community, we have a need. We have 67,000 people that need to be housed. We can no longer afford the luxury of saying not in my city. So I just want to say there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's been a lot of anxiety and personal opinions, but not based on anything.
Thank you, Julie.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Chamberlain.
Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. My name is Scott Chamberlain, and I'm the Executive Director of the San Gabriel Valley Consortium on Homelessness. I'm also an Associate Pastor of the Church of Nazarene in Montrose and Pasadena, and a homeowner in San Gabriel Valley, and so paying county taxes like all of us and concerned about value and safety as well. And so today, I just want to remind you that the consortium tries to step in to try to educate communities and to be able to collaborate agencies together, but also to be able to advocate for our neighbors. And the reason I say neighbors is because statistically, over and over again, 70 to 80% of those who are experiencing homelessness in a suburban community have 3 or more ties to that community of origin, which mainly means that they're our Uncle Joe, our Aunt Mary, are individuals who have lived here, worked here, or had family here. And so again and again, as we talk about honoring seniors, these are not somebody else's seniors. These are seniors who have, chances are 70% have been connected to an adjacent city, if not San Dimas directly. And so I want to encourage you that you have a great opportunity for a great project. And I say a great project because I do know National Corps. I do know that there's supportive services. There will be security. There will be case management. There will be all the things that they have worked on to be able to make a good, permanent, supportive housing project. And also, it's a great opportunity because San Dimas can have a great opportunity to connect with Laverne and the county to be able to make this successful. In the last couple cycles of your own housing element and your own homeless plan, San Dimas has not built the needed RHNA numbers that you have for the last 2 cycles. And so this gives a great opportunity for San Dimas to not be negative about a project, but to step up, and whether it's even annexing and saying, hey, look what we did at the place right next to San Dimas, so that it can be a win-win situation. I really want to encourage you, whether it's annexing, whether it's counting these units and your own RHNA numbers, I don't know all that, but I do know this is a great opportunity morally as well as politically to be able to do something for our community. I completely believe in local control, but local control doesn't mean we don't do anything. Your own housing element, your own homeless plan is what ends up guiding the process that ends up creating the opportunity to support a project like this. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for considering the fact that you might want to support this great project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Tim Hepburn with the City of Laverne.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. I'm joined by my Mayor Pro Tem, Rick Crosby, and a little statement here. I want to thank all of you for your partnership on this issue, which, as you know, has generated a lot of concern by our combined communities. The City of Laverne City Council unanimously approved a letter to the Board of Supervisors last Wednesday, which outlined our opposition to this project. I ask that this council as well unanimously approves the letter of opposition before you. Our 2 communities now understand the consequences of state law, which allows by right development, consent, or comment of local communities. The project as proposed at 5 stories, which we really don't know what it is right now, and box-like in appearance, is completely incompatible with the adjacent neighborhoods. It exceeds by 40 feet almost all of other buildings within 1 mile radius of it. The immediate neighbors will have a towering building of almost 65 feet high, a mere 10 feet from their back fence. And residents of Laverne will be impacted by a lack of traffic analysis and consideration when exiting the Fox Glen neighborhood, unless the city is forced to pay for mitigation by need or the county funds such measures by choice. Sounds like the county's going to do that anyway. And while the developer has just started community engagement, it should have started months ago. So tonight I ask that you approve your letter of opposition, and I greatly appreciate your partnership on this issue. Thank you from the City of Laverne and our residents. Appreciate your vote on this. Thank you.
Rachel Barbosa.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. I come to you today with the utmost respect and gratitude to our city council and staff, amazing staff, who have proven their hard work and dedication to sustaining this amazing city where we live. I'm addressing you as a 13-year San Dimas resident who lives 4 blocks away from the proposed project. I am a former county employee and city manager of a city in the San Gabriel Valley. I come from a police family where my late husband sacrificed his safety and life for residents of LA County for 30 years on the Sheriff's Department. I also come to you as the product of a once homeless family who grew up on government assistance, subsidies, and handouts during the Reagan years. I am proof that government assistance provided a foundation of resources for me to break the cycle of poverty in my family. Some people in our society aren't so fortunate. My policymaking work and advocacy is for these people like my mother, who not only needed a handout, but a hand up. There are over 60,000 homeless individuals in LA County, and if every city did their part to provide a safe and resourceful environment for the unhoused, the burden wouldn't fall on just a few cities, and we could make major dents in these numbers and really get people off the streets. Neighboring cities are doing their part, like Pomona, Claremont, and Glendora, who just purchased a $5 million facility to shelter and house homeless individuals. Our city and region face state regional housing needs allocation mandates, and their housing elements that requires LA County to produce 812,000 more housing units with 340,000 for low and very low income families. The city of San Dimas is required to provide a total of 1,248 housing units, with 604 going to low and very low income families. The state means business, and cities and counties are being stripped of their local preference and control. As we've heard, this project is out of the jurisdiction of the city and is allowed by right to be built in the county area. It will also house our most vulnerable neighbors in our community, our seniors. You honored our seniors today and showed that our city values them. The project must move forward, and for everything I've shared about my history and personal background, I stand in support of the project and encourage the City Council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Anybody else?
Those are all the speaker cards.
All right, that is the entire speaker cards. So anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward to the microphone and address the City Council. All right, ma'am.
I'll get to finish what I started. Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and Council again. I'm actually glad I had to wait a moment. I got to hear what Mr. Soraya said on behalf of Catherine Barger's office. I would like to make sure that everybody noted the verbiage that he used when he described the project, when he said it is intended to be not mandatory, not required, but intended. Less than a week ago, this project we were told that it was a 5-story building for formerly unhoused. In less than that week, now it is a 4-story senior housing project, according to the letter from the executive director of LACTA. He also states in his letter that LACTA and the county will remain committed to the property, but just a week ago in the news, we heard of another Los Angeles County housing project where a woman was burned to death because the gates were locked and the fire department could not gain access in a timely manner. That does not sound like they are taking care of the residents' safety or the property themselves. And they do have an on-site manager, as this proposed project is going to have as well. We discussed the safety, even though they are 55+ population, because no group of people is protected from drugs and mental instability, which is where the safety issue comes into play. When you are adjacent to a Montessori school, an occupational therapy for children, and another elementary school just down the way. I think that National Corps may do a good job with larger properties, such as the one in La Puente, Rancho Cucamonga, Day Creek, the Veterans Park in Pomona. They base their projects on density bonus. This is only going to be 54 units. They should look elsewhere for a larger property, closer to amenities, shopping, a hub, closer to a Gold Line station perhaps, but ultimately this is not the location for this project, and I commend this council as well as City of Laverne, who also sent their letter of opposition. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the council?
My name is Tina Strang, and I've been living in San Dimas for 19 years. My friends said it's a piece of heaven where we live. Well, not anymore. They built this homeless project, and they keep on changing it. First it was homeless, now it's senior citizen. What is it? I see no elevators. If it's for senior citizens, I see no elevators. Also, Foothill is a very busy street. Can you imagine 55 or 54 bicycles all over the place, homeless people walking? They have to go out. They can't just stay in their room. They have to go out. And it's already busy to begin with. The park, my husband has to go with me to the doggy park because I don't know if you're aware of it, but there was a sexual assault at the doggy park. So he has to go with me. We've talked to homeless people up there, and he's told them, why don't you get a job? And they said, well, we don't want to. So because he confronted them, they don't come anymore. There was a homeless in our driveway off of San Dimas Canyon 2 years ago. The neighbor came over and said, you have a homeless in your driveway. So my husband went up there, and he was between the truck and the driveway, so he was hiding, sleeping. And he said the reason why he was there is because he didn't want to go to the park where all the other homeless were, because there was going to be cause problems. So he came to our area. So what is it going to be like now when you have 54 homeless, because now they changed you to senior citizen, but yet there is no elevators there to take him to the 5th floor, and one manager is going to handle 55 people. One manager is going to handle the 55 people. And not only that, National Corps needs to meet with us in person. This webinar is not going to make it. This webinar is not going to make it. I saw the webinar today, and I'm sitting there, and they're just going through the questions. They pick what they want. So you can't ask any question. You're just listening to what they're saying. Of course they're going to say National Corps is so great and so powerful and so nice, like some of these people said. And if they are nonprofit, where do they get their money from? Who pays them if they're nonprofit? Okay? Not only that, if they want to build something, why don't they go to Beverly Hills? Why don't they build in Beverly Hills, not in our area where we work so hard? I worked 40 years so that I could retire and enjoy. I can't even walk by myself anymore because my husband has to do it with me. Is that fair to me and to anybody else that has worked in San Dimas and wanted to retire and enjoy, plus kids and young families, that they're going to be afraid to walk down that street with their kids because you got that massive building that doesn't belong there?
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm Terry Bearden, and the one thing that concerns me, I'm really here for another reason, but what I'm concerned about is and I know a lot of you are talking about taking care of elderly people. I took care of my parents, okay, when my mom had a stroke. Let me tell you, you cannot tell me with 55 people you could have one, and it's a volunteer person, work for that. Because I had caregivers every day, 4 hours a day. I did the night stuff and I did the weekends, and then if we left, I had to have caregivers come back. Who is going to take care of these people? You cannot tell me. And are they going to have strokes? What? There's no history. And I don't know about you, but any time you hear anything that's approved by any council, a core thing, I want to hear. I want to see pictures of the people they've been taking care of. I want to see the areas they've built. We have nothing. There's nothing to tell. And this gentleman that came from Catherine Barter's office, yes, you've been very, very nice when we've come, but we don't have to thank her for responding. That's her job. That's your job to be here for us, and it's our job to speak out. The one thing I am tired of is people don't think they have a voice. Yes, we do. Thank you.
Barry. Ma'am? Come on.
Hello. I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing us to have a public voice on this matter. I did listen today to the Zoom meeting, and I agree it was very vague. It was kind of fluffed up and very vague as to answers on how it would be managed. But getting on with that, I agree that we have a huge need for housing, for seniors, for our population, et cetera. I would volunteer to help with that if we had a committee that would start that. My concern about this project that we're about to take on is simply the location. It is 1.2 miles to Avon's, and we're talking about seniors that maybe have disability, poor health. As the Corps said, they don't have cars, so trying to imagine them walking to get their groceries up 1.2 miles every week and then carrying their groceries back to the house, I don't think that's really reasonable to expect that of them. Also, what about clothing? Where are they going to go shop for clothing if they need a coat or a hat or underwear? So I think that there is a need, and I think that there is something that we could do, but I think that our primary goal would be to find a better location for this project, maybe somewhere close to a Walmart where they could get clothing and groceries at the same time, but mostly I just think that this location does not serve the population that they're trying to help, and I think that there's better options. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, Julie.
Can I speak again?
No, they want.
Mayor, we don't allow members of the public to speak twice.
She did not speak on this issue.
She did speak. Did you speak on this issue?
I did. That's why I'm asking.
She was the
sorry.
first speaker.
Because I have notes that I can answer some of the questions that the people have.
I'm sorry, Julie. Okay, please, folks, please be respectful to everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing us tonight, and thank you for letting us appear before you. My name's Bob Jennings. I'm a resident of San Dimas. Mailing address Glendora. We're the illegitimate stepchildren of both cities, so it's good to be heard for once. Thank you for your sacrifice, your husband's sacrifice. That's really touching, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you did and how you grew up. I too feel like I would like to help the homeless. But what we have is the wrong building in the wrong place. It doesn't fit in that neighborhood. I don't trust people who say it's going to be one thing and then say it's another to try to sauce it over on me. I don't like to be told that I have no say when something's happening. 34th article of the California Constitution says the communities have to approve it. So the insects in Sacramento decided we'll get around that. Corps is doing the same thing. I want them to have to do what anybody else would have to do if they're going to build on that property. My other concern, my main concern, is the first time that somebody gets hurt because of one of the children at the Montessori or one of the other schools. That's going to be a really hard thing to deal with. And I think the difference when this wonderful young lady grew up with assistance and now is there was an expectation if you were on something that you had a responsibility to the community. That's been lost, and I don't think we have that anymore, so that scares me. And I agree with the other young lady that spoke. I think the homeless need to have a place. This is just the wrong location and the wrong building. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Ma'am? Okay.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Ashraf. My first name is Imrana, and I made San Dimas my home late 1969. And we raised 2 kids and 3 grandkids. And they are going to build the housing, the units right behind one of our house. We owe we own three homes over there. The first house, 761, that is our first house. We bought that house in 1970. We had about 2 kids over there, and very nice neighborhood. And then we bought the land next to that, and then raising our kids in that house for 8-9 years, then we built the house 805. Now they lived in that house for 9-10 years. Then we bought the land from Mr. and Mrs. Rassi, who owns lots of those homes, and we built the house over there. Very nice, beautiful house. Lots of fruit trees in front. I have nothing against homeless. We have so many fruit trees in front that the people who work in the car wash, they used to walk and pick up the fruit, and whenever I was around, I used to go behind the house so that they can pick, because we had plenty of fruit over there. And then they are going to build the housing project right behind our house, 805, 10 feet away from that. How do you see that, such a tall building? And we have such a nice neighborhood. Anyway, for the last 3.5 months, we are going through a little bit rough time because the rental 805, they left the house in very, very bad shape. I mean, we have spent $60,000 to $70,000 to, make it better. And we have been so much, busy with the house that, all of a sudden, this, a week and a half ago, we found about this thing. And right now, I'm so happy that we have all these people who are going to, who are going to take care of everybody in our, on Baseline Road. But I'm really, really, believe me, very furious that how can they do that 10 feet away? And our plan was that, later on we will move into 805, and after that, when we'll be a little bit more older, we can go to the 761. What are they thinking about? That having such a tall building 10 feet behind my house?
All right, ma'am.
How can you?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy?
Good evening. My name is Pam Berry. I'm from Laverne, and this is my first time here, so it's kind of an interesting experience. A few things. I do appreciate that Catherine Barger did delay that vote back in April. I do appreciate that the intent is for us to have community engagement with National Corps. What happened tonight was very upsetting because the questions that were put in there, and there were really good questions, well thought out questions, they cherry picked them, they skipped right over them, they glossed over them, they gave canned answers that really didn't say a whole lot. It was just vague. They have 2 more meetings. I'm asking that you not only approve your letter tonight, if possible, I would like to ask that you also add that the future engagement, at least one, but preferably both, would be in person, that they would also include LACTA, who has been working on this for a long time, because we do have a lot of questions. As someone who lives not too far from there, they mentioned grocery store bonds and CVS as if this was something that would be relatively easy for them to get to. Not only is it a distance, there is a grade, so it's uphill. So whether they're on a bike or walking, it's not going to be easy. It's not convenient. I really believe that the location needs to be closer to a hub of mass transit. There's just one bus stop that means you got to go to another and another. Near jobs, near medical services, near where they can get the things that they need and the services that they need, and not right next to a Montessori school, down near a daycare, near children's services, and neighborhoods a matter of feet away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's Carolyn Tober. I live on Fern Ridge Drive. I'm less than a mile, probably a city block from the proposed building at 740 East Foothill. When you Google San Dimas and you look at Wikipedia, this is what it says about San Dimas. San Dimas Incorporated as a city in 1960 is known for its Western art, small town feel, and equestrian qualities. Then it goes on to talk about 1971, the San Dimas golf course was purchased. It's interesting to note that my dad, Bob Hassett, built the clubhouse up at the San Dimas golf course. And I was probably 10 years old at the time, and we discussed what a neat city it was. So about 9 years later, we found a vacant lot, which is just north of this proposed area, and we built a home, and we've lived there for 40 years. I wanted to share with you, just briefly, a 20-year study that was put out by Housing First and UCLA. This is in regards to why it's called excuse me, permanent supportive housing. It's a 20-year study on permanent supportive housing, which is being proposed. The reason why it doesn't work for the chronically homeless, a recent UCLA study found that more than 75% of this population have a serious mental illness and 75% have substance abuse problems, but the majority have both. These individuals are reluctant to accept assistance without mandates and requirements, and a house without such mandates will not encourage use of these services. There was once some hope that housing alone would help reduce drug use and mental health problems, yet studies have now shown that simply providing people subsidized housing does not reduce drug use and often encourages it, which makes sense because there is no mandated treatment in permanent supportive housing, and the free unit provides people with more money to pursue their habits. And most importantly, the cost of this ever-growing increase in homeless housing is staggering and has led to predictable corruption and large profits for many so-called nonprofit developers such as CORE. This is exemplified by the fact that this housing units average at $700,000 per unit. So I am hoping that 10 years from now, when I Google San Dimas and look at Wikipedia, it says, San Dimas Incorporated as a city in 1960s, now known for its Western art, small town feel, and equestrian qualities.
Thank you, Ms. Tobert. Anyone else wishing to speak to the council? Ma'am?
I'm Jody Favor, and I was not planning on speaking. However, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am a registered nurse. I worked in the field of chemical dependency. So I agree, when you give people, mania or addicted people, items, we're digging their grave. So if you want to get sober, there's a lot of places that get sober and drug-free. I also was one of the first psychiatric home health nurses. When you talk about mental illness, and you're talking about possible some of them coming into this housing, I'm not hearing where's the medical people who will be dealing with these people. A manager, yes, to kind of look out, but I can't tell you how many times I walked in to one of my patients' houses, had to call a 5150, helicopters coming, guns, knives, things of that sort. So my fear is we're not going to take care of these people. You know, we need to get the proper help. We do know that just smoking marijuana is now fact that will stimulate more schizophrenia. That's fact. Look it up. And we're not taking care of the people in the right way. So if somebody really wants to help the people, we need to get them the help. We need to get them into mental facilities. We need to get them into drug, alcohol programs. Not give them a house and say, have at it. I don't want to walk my dog and worry about somebody coming and like the young lady said, somebody was sleeping in her driveway. I don't want to worry about that. Where's parking? You have people, there's 19 parking spaces. Where are we gonna put these cars? Next thing we know, there's gonna be in our neighborhoods and they get the free ride. You know, it just doesn't make sense. We need to help the people, but we need to get them the medical help they need. And you guys, and you all know, and we all know, this is not the place to do it. We need to have safe housing. We need facilities. Let's take that $7 million proposed and let's make some psychiatric hospitals for them or psychiatric housing. Let's do that. I can't tell you how many times I walked in, but I can tell you with rehab, the thousands of people that got sober and lived a prosperous life. I mean, I still see them. And a lot of them are doctors, a lot of them are nurses. You know, Pomona Valley, I worked there. I can't tell you what we did for this community, which was very respectful and prosperous.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Carlo LaPlaca. I'm in Laverne. I've been a Laverne resident for about 20 years. I'd like to know the reason about the bikes. Why? These guys are drunk 24 hours a day that they can ride a car? Why the bikes? That's what I want to know. Usually, you'd have parking garages, correct? Houses have parking garages. Why the bikes? That means they must be doing something wrong in order to have only bikes, okay? That'll tell you itself that these are drug addicts, not people, senior citizens like most of us, okay? They don't pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes like my wife and I. These people are freeloaders, okay? They get, exactly. They get aid from our government, which is paid by us, okay? And then in terms, the drug dealers take that money because they know where it's coming from. That's what's going around the world. Now, my in-laws, my father-in-law was on Minesweeper, a vet, okay? My mother-in-law worked in the airlines, and they could not afford their home, and my wife and I had to buy a mobile park home all the way out in Calamasa. So we had to drive an hour to go all the way out there. So tell these people here to go find a place further than our area. Like the people say here, we like to enjoy our city. We like to walk around with our own freedom. We like to walk around our dogs. But we can't do that when we're threatened by people like what's going on around here right now. It's really bad. And at first hand, I worked in the union as a pile driver, okay? I built 5 bridges. They have these homeless, they're standing at the end of the freeway. They have a routine, okay? What they have is a nice chest, and then they rotate people to collect money. They're not homeless. I seen it firsthand. I had the day shift and the night shift at times, and I saw what went on. These people rotate. They make hundreds and hundreds of dollars a day, is what a lot of people don't see. I saw it firsthand. They have beer in the cooler, they got cigarettes, they got women, they got everything they want. But they don't want housing because then they're controlled by people. They don't want the help. Thank you.
Sir.
Mayor and Council, I'm Bob Harmon. I've been a resident here in San Dimas 38 years. I'm a lead pastor here in San Dimas, New Hope Fellowship, for 27 years. We work with the homeless. We go out to Pomona every other week and every quarter. Now, there's a big need. We get that. There's a place in the Bible that says there's a time and a place for everything. This is not the place to help the homeless right now. We go out there. We do see a lot in Pomona where there's a lot of property and a lot of vacant lots in our county. I don't understand why the county does not move to our neighbor city, Pomona, and try to help those that are truly poor and needy. I mean, we all know that it's a big problem, but you know, all of our hearts go out to the needy, the poor, the homeless. But in this particular project, from what's all around it, it's just not feasible. It's not the right place. There's a place in Pomona called Hope for Homes. I worked with the supervisors there, trying to get the residents of Pomona that are homeless to go in there. To the gentleman's point, last gentleman, they don't want to go in there, a lot of them, because they want their freedom. And possibly at this particular location, they want more freedom. And who knows what those particular 55 and seniors older people may bring in. I don't know. They need help, but again, to my point, it's a time to help them, and it always has been a time to help. The name of our ministry to those in Pomona is the Samaritan Ministry, the Good Samaritan, to help someone who just bypassed that person. But I believe that in this particular location, it's just not the right place. And if we could work with our sister city in Pomona and the group that's trying to do this, why not work with them? Why not have them go into Pomona where there's a lot of property and set up a place where these seniors and even other families can get true help with a lot of property to investigate and get their desired place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, how you doing? I'll be brief. I was actually home watching this and came over when I saw some of the people speaking here. My name is Steve Ochoa. I live at 809 East Baseline Road, which is directly behind this 5-story building they're trying to build. It's essentially in my backyard. 6-foot walls, what separates it, that's it. I bought my house 20 years ago. Been married, I'm raising a 7-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 17-year-old. We were in our forever home. I work in El Segundo for the United States Air Force Base. I drive out there 5 days a week. I make that commute because I love San Dimas. I see you guys give an award to a senior citizen because the city takes care of their senior citizens. What about the senior citizen, Mr. and Mrs. Ashraf, who bought their house 50 years ago, have had the mountains to look at? They bought the second home, they bought a third home next door to each other. 2 of their homes, all 3 of their homes, because one is across the street, will be blocked completely by this 5-story building. A senior citizen who's a retired school teacher at Ramona Middle School. He's given 50 years here in San Dimas, and you guys are going to do that to a senior citizen. It's not right. It's not right. Everybody in support of this project, I want to know if they would send their kids or their grandkids to Montessori school right next to it, or if they would want this project in their backyard. There's a big difference.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Amanda?
I'm a little bit out of breath. I had to drive here. I was watching online. I was like, I got to make a comment because why not? I'm nosy. So I want to point out one thing. This really isn't our city's jurisdiction. I'm not saying that to say we can't have an opinion, but I'm hearing a lot of, why are you guys allowing this? Unfortunately, you guys didn't even know about it. So I myself, as a resident, I did catch on to that very quickly and was like, wow, not even our city. I know Hepburn is here or was here, and it was the same thing. He was also caught completely off guard. Even county didn't quite have that information there. Again, it's a different kind of project. And I'm not saying that's fair to residents, and it's not, because they are being impacted by it. No matter how the project turns out, they will be impacted by it. Especially where we just had the Olive Market just open, and it was like, oh yeah, now they're gonna build this big old, complex there, and it's like, wait, didn't we just open this cute little market right there? What's going on? So I just wanna make a few points. First point is, we do need more housing for the unhoused. Now, I'm going to clarify this a bit by saying I don't think that particular lot is a good location at all, for a few reasons that's already been made. Many people that are unhoused do own cars, and they're not putting in enough parking. That is absolutely crazy to me. I'm sorry. We have so many children within our district that actually are considered homeless, and their families are homeless, and it's not because, oh, they're living on the street, it's because they don't have a permanent housing situation. They either live in their car or they live in a motel. That's not considered permanent. They would benefit from a project like this. That being said, again, I as a resident don't think that's the appropriate location. I don't think there's enough resources there. It's literally putting them out in a lone island, and it just, for me, I feel like it's setting that kind of project up to fail out the gate. Honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, and I know this is gonna trigger some people maybe, and I live close to this lot, but the PSQ location off of Bonita would actually be a much better location for this kind of project. One, it's a larger lot. You can build it at a lower profile because you have more space to go out with it. It's closer to Albertsons, it's closer to resources here in the city hall, it's closer to public transportation, closer to the sheriff department, it's close to a park. They can put in, some activities for these families or senior citizens that are gonna be placed in there. That being said, I don't know that that's plausible, because it looks like they're trying to take advantage of a county funding that's kind of attached to it. So it may not be there, but I just want to kind of throw that out there. There's better locations. I do think every city would benefit in having smaller
Thank you,
housing
Amanda.
stuff.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. All right.
Hey, anyone else wishing to speak to the council?
Hi, I'm a resident of San Dimas. My husband and I have lived here since 1991. We live in the Hillview community, which is right on Foothill, and we're very worried about this project and what is about to happen in our area. It's a beautiful area. We've loved living there for all the time that we've lived in San Dimas. It's a great community, but I'm very concerned because as everyone has noticed, a lot of the homeless population that we've seen in other areas are starting to spill into our areas and into San Dimas. And a lot of people have made comments to me that they see people doing drugs on the streets now, see people defecating on the streets now, and it's terrible. It's terrible. I'm not sure what your plan is to handle that, but we're seeing more and more of that happening in the community. And I have a question about the information that's in the project, because it says, this project will provide a variety of on-site amenities, including a community center to serve as a hub for supportive services and programs accessible to all residents. What does that mean? So the more homeless that comes, they're all gonna go to this center? Not just the 54 people? Is that what that means? A hub for all residents. So the more homeless that come to our community will all go to that hub. and they'll all be in our area right on Foothill Boulevard. So I'm very, very worried about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Any additional folks speak? Ma'am?
Hello, my name's Elizabeth. I'm a resident of San Dimas. I didn't even know you guys were having a meeting tonight regarding this, but when I found out, I came, and I wasn't planning on talking, but when I've called the city regarding homeless people, I'm treated very poorly. I was told that I'm treating them like animals that I want put in a pound. He wasn't listening to me at all, very disrespectful and very belittling to me. When I tell him that the first time my daughter witnessed a man's genitalia, it was in the Albertsons parking lot. My daughter was 8. And he said, that's the way the world is now. I don't think that's okay. I didn't move here for this. I've lived in other areas. I did not expect something like this to be happening. It's disgusting to me. It's sad, and it's really disturbing that when I call the city for support, I'm treated horribly, and I'm basically told to get over it. And I think when I talked to the manager at the U.S. Bank, she called the police department because a woman chased after her with a broom, and the police officer told her since she didn't touch her, there's nothing she can do. She's afraid at work. The employees at Albertsons are afraid at work, and I don't think in that type of job you should be afraid. You know, they're not mental health professionals. They're clerks at stores. But every single one of these people is telling me the same thing. So I'm here trying to maybe represent them because they're scared, they don't feel protected, and it's just not right. And I wish things would turn around. But I do believe that there's always been homeless everywhere, but I think when COVID happened and the city was giving food at the Senior Citizen Center, that's when I saw a huge increase. And I blame partially the city for blocking off a lane on Bonita Avenue, advertising, bringing food for the homeless for months and months, and then, of course, they're going to come. You bring them food, they will come. People, I've heard, come all the way from Norco to come to San Dimas to get the free food. So they're coming from everywhere, you know, and we're supplying it. And as a homeowner and, you know, trying to raise my kids in a good environment, and I'm just tired. Like, it's sad seeing all these kids in tears because they're afraid they might end up like that. Well, as a citizen, as a regular person, I'm not getting help when I call the city. I told them that there was a grocery cart full of stuff on their property. It was there for 3 days, right on the corner over here, on the grass. And I was told, well, it probably belongs to someone. So if you guys want trash in front of your city, you're definitely going to get more of it.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, anyone else wishing to speak to the council?
Hello, I'm sorry. My name's Tanya. I didn't intend to speak today, but when I heard the lady, I'm a 20-year resident of San Dimas, 2 kids, and when we bought our home, I told my husband, I'll never move. I love this place. And I've been thinking about moving now. It's just not the same. When I heard the last lady speak, I said, I have to come up because I do the same thing. I call the city constantly. I have 2 kids. My daughter is 10 years old. She walks to school. I walk with her every day. And it's because there's homeless encampment. I live on Country Oak. There's a homeless encampment on Amelia and Baseline. And I call constantly. Oh, it's not. It's Caltrans area. So I submit thousands of requests to Caltrans. They cut the fence, they fix the fence, they cut the fence, they fix the fence, they cut the fence. I mean, it's just this project that they want to do. I moved to this area because it was beautiful, and sure, we want to help people, but that is completely the wrong area. completely the wrong area. There's tons of kids. The park is nearby. I don't understand what they think, how older people are going, where's the store? They have to walk past all the houses. No, it's not, it just doesn't convince me that it's something for our community. It's not something for our community. If they have a store nearby, if they had some mass transit nearby, then I would say, yeah, they were thinking. But no, I think there was just, here's some land, let's throw it here. Not even telling the city, not even telling anybody. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't plan on speaking, but I loved this city, and I hope it continues to be what it has been for the past 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ruth Luvan. I'm also a 20-year resident with more children than the old lady in the shoe that I've raised here in the city of San Dimas. I'm concerned about this project because I'm not necessarily sure that it actually falls within the guidelines of CEQA. So it's my understanding that we're going to dedicate $7 million, or rather the county is, $7 million of fund to this particular project. However, in order to do so, I would imagine that these funds are not going to be continual. But this project in of itself, continued mental health services, maintenance, in order to ensure that other people are taken care of at the facility. After all, this is a place which is going to service the elderly that does require a certain maintenance of effort, a continued maintenance of effort, which, if I am not mistaken, I don't think that falls within the guidelines of CEQA for this particular project. In other words, this would be a continued source of funding. And if I'm not mistaken, this will not be a continued source of funding. And if that is the case, then perhaps this isn't the right project to be bid on in the first place to begin with. So I think the right question wasn't asked. I do believe that we do need to take care of the housing problem, and we do need a solution. I just don't think the appropriate solution was proposed in the first place. And if it is that solution sustainable? And were we asked to provide a sustainable solution if indeed we can't continually fund it, or if we are going to be expected, at least here in the city of San Dimas, to fund that solution continually? Because I do know that our seniors can't continue to do that for themselves. And if they're going to be provided with these services, they themselves aren't going to be able to pay the price tag for that. So before we move into any particular project, which I'm very glad that the city is allowing us to have this type of input, we should definitely ask for the county to make sure that these types of projects are sustainable on their own merit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Gabaldon. I'm a resident of Laverne. I own a property in San Dimas for my daughter, and I'm against the project. I think many years ago, now I qualify for the housing based on age for this project. But when I was a child, I remember the toy that I think most of us had. It was a bit of an octagon, and we first learned whether or not shapes fit in certain spaces. And in my opinion, this is a square peg in a round hole, and everybody knows it. And I think that to answer some of the people that have made comments about what this project is or is not on the basis of how it got here, is that we all gave this to this contractor and to this service provider core because we allowed ourselves through our votes to put a legislature in place that has basically surrendered our cities, surrendered local control of our cities to these developers, to these politicians who are trying to force square pegs in round holes. And I would encourage everybody in the audience, everybody in the council, to do more to fight against what is going on in Sacramento that is basically relinquishing your power, Supervisor Barger's power, everybody's power to do anything about it. Because the part of it that everybody should pay attention to is the by right component. It basically takes away all of our rights, gives it to somebody else to put this square peg in a round hole in our community because we let them. So I ask you to consider that. I ask you to put that upon them to understand that this is a square peg in a round hole and that they look for another place to put this project that is more appropriate and more honestly meets all of the requirements they say they are addressing for this population. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the council? Okay, you got to promise me you're going to put all the rotten eggs away, all the rotten tomatoes. Are you going to speak? You.
Me, you betcha.
Okay. Go ahead, there we go.
Good evening. As many of you know, my name is Rich Gill. I am the voice of 3,600 people, if not more, who were surprised of this building being placed in a very small piece of property without being notified. Our officials, like you, were not notified. This building is not and should not be there. We have signatures, we have stories that you have heard tonight from many that do not want this building here. National Corps has changed their design. Why? Because of our influence. Because we came with such thunder that they backed up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. We are going to come and come until somebody relents. I'm not finished. I will keep knocking on doors. I will keep meeting people. And I will keep putting what I need to do to make sure that this project does not go ahead. This should not happen. There are every other places, many other places, where this building can go. You don't want to wipe out a small, little tiny market that just started. You don't want to put it next to a child care center. You don't want to put it next to a school. What kind of thought process was that? National Corps has a $7 million purse. That's all they care about. It's the money. You think they're going to freaking give us the right answer? They're going to paint that the best way they can so that we're going to go ahead and accept what they're trying to give us. No. You can paint an ugly picture, but underneath that picture, it's still ugly. You people have a choice. And I have a choice. And I know where I stand. And I stand for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Last opportunity. Does anyone else have, ma'am?
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm a resident for 17 years, and I'm speaking as someone who had a senior citizen parent that lived in this community for many years. I, like the woman that spoke earlier, grew up not far from here on public assistance, and I know that throughout the years my mom would have ended up homeless had it not been for our involvement in her life, and we applied for government assistance and different things for her. She lived in Sunnyside and was on HUD housing until she recently moved into a care facility. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is there is no way that I would place her or let her live in a place that's being proposed. People of her age need resources close by. Sunnyside, if you're familiar, has markets there and different things. And I heard somebody say, well, there's transportation. Even if they get transportation, I mean, these people had trouble carrying groceries to their door. To me, it seems that they have made this shift because it sounds better to say we're housing seniors, but I'm not buying it. And I think the facility there is not suited for seniors if that is the case, because having to care for my mom and seeing her live in San Dimas at Sunnyside for 8 years, we needed a place that was close to facilities for her. We needed a senior center. I loved your senior center that was here. She went there for many years until she lost her memory. I love this community. I want to see us help and serve our homeless, but like everyone keeps saying, it's not the right place, and I don't buy it that the seniors are going to end up there. I don't think it's the right place for them. There's nothing there that's going to support the need that they have, like a location like Sunnyside that was close to places for seniors to walk to. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak on this issue. My name is Lily Breno. I am citizen of Laverne. Since I'm the founder of Bonita Bear Mom, so I really involved a lot from last few years. So today I attend the meeting 1 hour. They're so proud. I don't really get answer for our question. I just asked, could we have an in-person meeting for our community, because there's so many questions we want to ask. And then I really didn't get any answer. I smell the taste of communist country. I grew up from there. I know what's it like. Because they just feel like, no matter what, we're going to build there. Yeah, we already described very good. We need to take care of senior citizen. We are like the people who have no heart. So I feel like, okay, yeah, I really feel like I'm upset for that. But I have to stand up because I already fight for my kids in Bonita School District for the last 4 years. And now I have to increase the awareness because I have a Facebook group, Instagram group. We have a bonitabearmom.org. We care about this project because our kids walk the area, the canyon, the park there, and then they off from the Ramona. Okay, that's the place where our kids grow up. We pick up Domino Pizza there. We went to Subway there, and then my kids have special need too. So I could see, oh my gosh, where's our parental rights? Where's the citizens' freedom? We are losing them. What is the local control? What is the government control? I know what happened to school district. Last Wednesday, we had so many parents who could talk about the pornography in library in the school, and it's horrible. And then I keep notice people, the deadline is this Friday. Long Hill is going to submit your opt-out form to not let your kids forced to learn from pornography. And then San Dimas High is begin yesterday. So we inform everyone for all those. People say, yeah, you don't have to learn. No, government control means you have to learn. If you don't know this, your kids automatically go to learn. Okay, you have to submit a paper called opt-out because the Sacramento possibly called AB 329 to force the school board member to have no right to say no. So they only could do is increase the transparency. We keep going to communicate with all the school board, and then we did a lot from last few years. But this project is the same. I force you to accept that. You don't want this location? Okay, 1 mile, other location, still in San Dimas. If we don't strongly push back, the second one, the third one, the fifth one, all will come in. We are totally a job in a communist country. I hope everybody aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Sorry, Tim. Okay. All right, back to the original statement. I hope everybody throws the rotten eggs away, hides them, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay. All right. We're going to reconsider the discussion on submitting a letter of opposition to the proposed project at 740 East Foothill. Thank you, folks, for sticking around. And what we're going to do now is we're going to bring it back to the council for discussion.
I've got just no questions or feedback for staff at all, but just a few comments if I could give those, and then I'll be done. Just so everybody's clear, for all of the reasons that everyone has already talked about, and I don't feel like going over them all again because I think they're all pretty obvious, I'm supportive of sending a letter of opposition, and I really do appreciate the work that staff has put in on this, because not only just drafting the letter itself, but also all of the work on the back end that has gone into this, just to keep us and the community informed as to what's going on with this project. That is not an easy task by any means. It's you're definitely pulling all of the information out, so I certainly appreciate all of that work. And like I was saying, I have concerns like everybody, many people in this room. The verbiage that we've heard since this project has been announced repeatedly references the target population. And I kind of have a problem with that, because the homeless problem is not simple, it's not one-dimensional, and it's really, really complicated. And whatever solution that we as a society offer for the homelessness crisis, it needs to consider the entire community as the target population, because we're all part of any solution, and we're all part of any negative impacts related to a project of this type. And just to point out, in reference to a couple of comments that alluded to something similar, we as a small community have a proportionally small homeless population. And it's kind of puzzling to me that on several occasions now we found ourselves having to defend our city from several attempts to encumber us with, like, Project Room Key. At that time, Project Room Key was an 1,100% potentially increase in the numbers of homeless individuals living in our city. And I just don't know that that's right to do to our community. The reality is, as somebody mentioned, that there are many homeless individuals that have ties to our community itself. And I think that's why we as a community here in San Dimas and other communities surrounding us, at great cost to our budget here locally, do our own outreach and provide our own services. And just to highlight, this project does not provide services just for our local homeless population here. San Dimas, and as we know, all of our neighbors in Laverne, I don't think we, as the two communities together and being close-knit, have an obligation to bear that burden from a wide swath of cities around us, including, as one person mentioned the community's name, and I won't, cities that have become notorious for having a booming homeless population. I recognize, too, that there is lots of work that needs to be done in relation to the homelessness crisis, but that includes working on addiction and mental health as well. And I just don't see those facets of the problem being addressed by this project. There are places for a project like this. I think it was well intentioned, but as many have already said, the size, the scope, and the location are just not the right fit for something of this nature. And that's it.
Thank you. Ryan?
Well, I'll say thank you to everyone that came out and spoke tonight. I think that it's important that the people are engaged and are heard. And so I think that, as many know and as so many have said tonight, that it was unfortunate the way that this project came to the consciousness of the city and the local elected officials. And this whole project, I think, and as some have said, is really two-part. One, there's an unfortunate piece of communication that I think could have been better, both from National Corps as well as the other stakeholders in the project. And then there's the other piece of this, which is the project itself and the location. As many have said, and as Councilmember Weber talked about, and as some know, I've been a huge advocate and champion of addressing homelessness in our city since elected in 2017. I've proposed changing projects that we had in process to be able to create a homeless resource center. I've done other matters to advocate for addressing and serving these various populations. And so when we found out about this, I was kind of taken aback by a number of things, and some of it Councilmember Weber and many members of the public spoke about. I'm disturbed at where it is. I think that the location, the height, the placement of it, everything that surrounds it, it's just not a good fit for where it is. That's not to say it's not a good project to go somewhere else, and whether that's somewhere in the city proper or whether that's somewhere elsewhere, as others have discussed, I think is a conversation for a different day. There certainly is some value and, well, a lot of value and a lot of need out there. But unfortunately, where this is just very troubling and misplaced. So I do want to point out and thank Vicky, and I want to thank Anish and Supervisor Barger's office and the supervisor herself, who I've spoke with as recent as over the weekend regarding this matter. I think that I'm deeply grateful for her work and the staff's work at being very responsive to what's happened. And I understand the point, as some members of the community made. We do work for the people and the people that put us in these seats, and that does not fall deaf on me. And I know in discussions with the supervisor, it doesn't fall deaf on her either. I am appreciative of the postponement or the delay or reconsideration, however it wants to be worded, of the $7 million consideration for funding for robust community input. But I too must say, I attended the webinar today from National Corps, and I too hope that they will have more robust community engagement. And by community engagement, I must echo some of the people here that I hope that's an in-person meeting, and I hope it's something where they will take questions and they will respond. The Q&A section, it was fascinating. The chat was disabled on there, so if you click chat on there, you couldn't chat, and then you had to actually go to the Q&A feature. I worry about accessibility of some of our seniors and some of our residents who can't even necessarily watch this thing on YouTube like my parents. They can't, they can figure out public access channel. Figuring out how to watch this thing stream on the internet is a challenge. I have a hard time believing that a number of people in this community can figure out Zoom or WebEx or any other interactive virtual platform. So I hope we do that. I do want to say I'm fine with the letter. I'm surprised that letter was a draft, and I guess for public benefit that letter was never voted on by the City Council. And so the fact that the Development Authority responded to the letter before the council even voted on it surprises me. But I have no issue with the letter as it's been written. I'm appreciative for all the work that staff did on this. I am appreciative for the collaboration both with the City of Laverne, and thank you, Mayor Hepburn, and your Mayor Pro Tem for being here tonight. And I'm appreciative for the supervisor's office, because it literally has taken it took this community by surprise. That's clear, and I think we all know that. And so with that, I have no issues with the letter as written. I intend to vote on it as written, and at some point make that motion or support a motion to do that. Thank you.
John?
Well, as everybody else, I was not happy with the way we found out about this project. I'm not happy with the way that the state has taken control away from cities and the county, and in this case, literally nobody here has any authority to do anything about the project except oppose it. I think in cases like that, one of the gentlemen did speak and say that we need to let our legislators in Sacramento know how we feel about that kind of thing. And a lot of us, and I especially, have talked about that over the years, that we've been, this local control has been eroding. So it's good that you all showed up here. I will say that I support housing the homeless. I believe it's our moral and social obligation. There are different types or reasons or levels, whatever you want to call it, of people being homeless. And the individuals who would be accepted in a housing project like this are those who are, I would say, on the edge. They are, from what I can determine, the responsible people who have been in the coordinated entry system and who have been accepted, they will be accepted, by passing a list of criteria. We obviously need to know what those criteria are, and as people have said, it's a little confusing because the project has changed. In my conversations with the supervisor's office, Catherine Barger herself on at least 2 occasions, and National Corps, the project is in flux at this very moment, and that's why they weren't. Now, I agree with a lot of you. It was kind of funny to hear them say that, in so many words, we're afraid to come out and talk to people in person. I kind of heard that come through on the call. They obviously have to do that. They can't just have a virtual meeting and not something in person where people can actually be there and ask the questions. But I feel that the population we are talking about, they're just, as our fellow human beings, they deserve a decent place to live. And this is the kind of place that they can live peacefully as regular people and be regular members of the community. I do not support the project in its present form. Now, today, I went out and visited a couple of National Corps sites, and it's good to distinguish between not the veterans place in, I forget what it's called, Veterans something in Pomona. It's good to distinguish the National Corps sites from other homeless shelters, housing, transitional, whatever you call it, whatever you want to call it, or the different kinds of things. The 2 sites that I visited, one was in Glendale, one was in Pasadena, and in both of these sites, and they were in different types of locations than the one on Foothill. So I will definitely say that. I have pictures. I'm not going to take up time to show them, although I did send some to the city manager. And the architecture is attractive Mediterranean style. There's all sorts of landscaping. There are a maximum of 3 stories, with 2 stories at the street, and they have setbacks. I walked around and I talked to people who were walking their babies, who were out in their yards. I knocked on doors. I talked to a business owner right next to one of the developments. They said there are literally no problems. There was, some people did smell weed coming from the apartments at one time or another, but there were no problems. There were not people. I did not observe, and the people told me there are not homeless people encamped on the streets. They're not walking up and meeting their friends. They're not doing dope. They're not doing deals and all that kind of stuff. One of the places I had to drive by 3 times before I could determine which one it was among the other complexes on the street and the single-family homes that were mixed in. So the people I talked to, and one woman who was so her house was right adjacent, her backyard was right adjacent to the 3-story component of the building. I was there for a little while because she kept going on and on about how great the place was. So I want to say that if it were that kind of a spot, then that's the kind of thing that we should be supporting, because it is really helping that segment that is able to, as I say, pass all the hurdles and get into that kind of housing. They would be, except for the fact that they have to have been homeless at some point, because that is one of the criteria, they would be identical to the people who live in our charter home, in a lot of the people who live in our charter mobile home park, many of whom fall below that 30% median income level that is going to be served by this, and who are seniors, who are in the mobile home park. So with that as all the good stuff, I'm going to tell you why I don't support the project as it is, as it's being proposed. Even well, I'll tell you what they need to do to get any kind of support or a possibility of support from me. The architecture is what I might call minimalist box. I'm not sure where they came up with that design, but it is very bad looking. And so it has to have some kind of nice style like the Mediterranean. As somebody mentioned, it has to be sustainable. And this is a question probably for National Corps, because what National Corps does, apparently, from everything I know, at the places I visited, which have been around for a little while at least, they run the place. They're a nonprofit. They get money from donations, the federal government, and every place else that nonprofits get money from. And so they are the sustainable entity that keeps the place going. And they would have to be, we would have to be guaranteed that they would continue to do that. They have a history of being that ongoing support, and they would have to be, we would have to be satisfied that they would continue to do that. Another point is that I don't like the idea of trying to solve the problem in one location. So putting 53 units for this population on about a half acre of land is just too much. And these places should be smaller, and they should be spread out a little bit so that they do a better job, in my opinion, and they fit in better. I cannot support it at 5 stories. I can't support it at 4 stories. I told Supervisor Barger I could possibly support it at 3 stories. I could possibly support it at 3 stories if the architecture is attractive, the front setback is greater, the front units are 2 stories, as were the units in the project that I just mentioned that I went and visited in Pasadena and Glendale. Landscaping has to be generous, as were the projects that I saw. Landscaping was beautiful at those projects, including street trees, one of my faves. Something has to be done to protect the houses over the back wall. From the very beginning, that was one of the things. The 10-foot setback for a 5-story building was insane. And I mean, examples, and the Montessori school, examples could be lower building height, bigger setbacks, more green space, taller trees, whatever. But something has to be done to protect the neighboring properties. And I also want to make sure that National Corps remains the entity that manages the site. So those are things that would garner my support for a project in this actual location, or in general projects like that. And that's where I am. I'm not really sure about the letter. I think the supervisor hears the opposition loud and clear. At least I think everybody has heard that she does. She's responded, and whether she is able to get the rest of the Board of Supervisors, because they have control over the $7 million, that's the whole point. Once they got the project down to a size that would fit in a little bit better, I'm not sure if they'd get the $7 million or not. They could try, but Barger and the supervisors have control over that. And I think we should try to work collaboratively with our sister city, Laverne, and the county, and National Corps to come up with a better project.
Thank you, John. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I begin my remarks, I want to thank the Laverne City Council, and in particular Mayor Hepburn, Mayor Badar, and Councilman Viena for their leadership in bringing this issue to the forefront of the community. City staff for staying on top of a rapidly unfolding situation, Supervisor Barger for quickly responding to community feedback despite not having direct control over the project, and most importantly, to residents for engaging in this issue civilly and respectfully and sharing your input. To these residents who have taken a stand on this issue, I see you, I hear you, and respect your activism, passion, and willingness to fight for what you believe in. Usually I limit my remarks on votes such as this, where we authorize a letter or statement to go out under the city's name on an issue in which we do not have a direct say. But I understand this vote symbolism, and I believe you deserve to hear my extended thoughts on this matter. This is a complicated issue. We have a surging homeless population across the region, which worsens yearly. Although our official homeless counts are low, the official count does not reflect the actual number of homeless in our community because of the number of individuals staying in motels, in cars, on friends' couches, or in some other arrangement within the city. A nonprofit, National Core, specializes in building housing for people experiencing homelessness with wraparound services purchase county land within the city limits. State law permits them to construct apartment-style homes for people experiencing homelessness under special provisions that limit county and city oversight and approval. Initial proposals for the building indicate that the structure would be 5 stories tall, house homeless of any age, and comprise 54 units. The land they intend to build is where a brand new business opened, Olives, run by Joseph Ramos, who invested thousands of dollars in renovating a formerly run-down building and created a modern market that has now become part of our community. Although told by the landowner that a sale could be in the works, Mr. Ramos believed that the chances of the sale moving forward were remote, and he hoped to acquire the property in the future. Complicating the matter further was how the cities of Laverne and San Dimas learned of the project. Additionally, there appears to be a compressed timeline which has limited community engagement and outreach thus far. After speaking with National Core and Supervisor Barger, I do not believe this was intentional. Although a different scenario would have been preferred, we are where we are, and the question is, what do we do next? Most residents have opposed this project, and their reasons vary. Some support building housing for for people experiencing homelessness but want a smaller building. Others wish to construct a smaller facility in a different location, and still others are opposed to building any building housing people experiencing homelessness within San Dimas and Laverne at all. On many points, I am in agreement. The location of this project could be better for future residents of the building or existing residents in nearby neighborhoods. The height of the building would dwarf surrounding homes and stand out in a potentially disruptive way. But on the point of building housing for people experiencing homelessness during an escalating homeless crisis, I firmly believe that something must be done. The primary message of this letter is to ask the supervisors to allocate the $7 million in discretionary funding to an alternative project. My preference would be to ask the supervisors instead to engage with National Core to explore alternative sites. If none could be found, reduce the size of the building, help Olive successfully relocate, screen future residents to maximize public safety, and engage current residents on an appropriate design. But I do not believe there is a majority for these changes on this council, and I respect the differing views of my colleagues and those in the community. So with that in mind, I cannot support this letter tonight. I know this is not the answer many in the community wanted, and I want to share my reasons for how I arrived at this decision in the face of community opposition. My intent in speaking is not to change your mind or those of my colleagues, but to explain my thinking in the hopes that we can continue this conversation and find a solution that will work for everyone. Although my decision differs from others on this council and that of Laverne's, I want to emphasize that I believe everyone is following their best judgment, heart, and conscience, just as I am following mine. And I also hope that my position is not misconstrued on an understandably emotionally charged issue. These are your homes, and I understand. Nevertheless, we must find an effective and compassionate solution for people experiencing homelessness, and we must act and act now. Studies have shown over and over again from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the RAND Corporation, the University of California, San Francisco, and many others that providing homes in the way that National Corps does is the most effective and cost-efficient way to end chronic homelessness for good. Yet no one takes on this responsibility. Cities across our nation are growing more alarmed about the rising numbers of homelessness in their neighborhoods, but battle one another as where to place them. The cities look to the counties to solve this problem. The counties look to the state to solve this problem. The states look to the federal government to solve this problem. The federal government looks to the cities to solve this problem, and we spend millions of dollars a year suing one another, asking someone else to do something. The problem gets worse, and people experiencing homelessness become collateral damage in an endless cycle of litigation. This must end. Another reason I believe that we must build housing somewhere for people experiencing homelessness in our city is that time is of the essence for many of them. Earlier this year, I applauded the City Council for committing $1.3 million under tight budget circumstances to secure 4 beds and an additional 4 more when there is capacity. But therein lies the problem. There is no capacity anywhere, and until we build more housing, we will not solve this problem. To illustrate this, I want to share the story of Michael Collins, who wrote about his experience as a homeless person a few years ago. In his post, he wrote, "Homelessness is no joke. Taking a journey through being homeless and penniless has given me a new perspective on what hardships homeless people endure. Once you're in it, it's very difficult to escape. You run into a chicken and egg problem, and it leads to an inevitable downward spiral. For example, you can't get a job because you're homeless, and you're homeless because you can't get a job. Imagine having no car, being filthy, and trying to show up to a job interview. It's impossible, and you come into a hopeless downward spiral. Social services don't provide enough support to even live, let alone give you an opportunity to dig yourself out of a hopeless hole. Welfare amounts to almost nothing, not even enough to buy food, let alone establish an apartment or residence, and it's quite difficult to get as well, and the system is unforgiving for missed appointments, which can happen quite easily when you don't have a home or money for transportation. Again, it's part of the vicious cycle. Often there is a waiting list to even get into a homeless shelter. In San Diego, for example, the wait list is 1 month, so you must sleep on a street for a month before being considered to sleep in a crowded room. To receive government-assisted housing, the wait list is 2 years. 2 years! If you become homeless in the richest country in the world, you would wait 2 years for relief. People are immensely cruel to the homeless, many of whom suffer from a psychiatric condition that they cannot help. Often, families reject people with psychiatric conditions with the misunderstanding that they could be dangerous in some way. But most often, they are sensitive souls who try to connect with spiritual energies. In old days, these people would be seen as prophets, medicine men, spiritual leaders, but today they are derided as mentally ill and often end up homeless. They are most often the victims of human cruelty and miscomprehension rather than a threat. I am still homeless, though I'm still continuing to fight my way out, and thankfully, I still have some generous friends and haven't yet sunk so low that I cannot escape, though I remain on the precipice. I will say that I will kill myself before I fall into that level of despair, and I fight daily to keep myself from this fate. But I often must choose between difficult options. I have also endured an immense amount of trauma during this experience, but the idea of taking time for healing is ridiculous considering that I must navigate getting basic needs met, like food and shelter, with the onset of winter. Please keep me and all other homeless in your prayers, but action is needed even more than prayer. If you see homeless people or know of someone on the brink of homelessness, please have compassion for them and give to them generously. You have no idea of the circumstances that led to their condition, as this world could be a cruel and unforgiving place. I have a master's degree and a variety of high-value skills, but I still wound up homeless, and if you understood the story and reasons why, you would understand that I had no control of the events that led to this place. It can truly happen to anyone. So please have compassion for those who have fallen into this horrible state of despair. A year after sharing his experience, Michael Collins lost his struggle and ended his life. I often hear residents describe San Dimas as a slice of paradise, including tonight. As a person of faith, I turn to Scripture for inspiration when confronted with issues on the City Council. In my first remarks after I was elected, I talked about how I vowed to live up to the legacy of our city's namesake, St. Dismas. If you don't know the story of St. Dismas, he is described in the book of Luke as one of two criminals that hung on the cross next to Jesus Christ. As Jesus began to pass, one of the criminals mocked him, saying, "Are you not the Messiah? Save yourself and us." However, Dismas rebuked him and replied, "Have you no fear of God? For you are subject to the same condemnation." Then he said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus replied to him, "Today you will be with me in paradise." If Jesus can welcome a lowly thief into paradise, surely we, as the residents of San Dimas, can extend the same grace and welcoming hand to those with no other place to go. The theme of doing all we can to help people experiencing homelessness is reinforced throughout Scripture. At the end of the parable of the sheep and goats in the book of Matthew, Jesus says, "I was hungry, and you fed me, thirsty, and you gave me a drink. I was a stranger, and you received me in your homes, naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you took care of me, in prison, and you visited me." The righteous will then answer him, "When, Lord, did you ever see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you a drink? When did we ever see you as a stranger welcome you in our homes, or naked and clothe you? When did we ever see you sick or in prison and visit you?" And Jesus replied, "I tell you, whenever you did this for one of the least important of these, you did it for me." One day, I believe I will meet my Maker, who will ask about this vote and many others like it. I want to be able to answer him that yes, I did. And so for all the reasons I cited, I want to conclude my remarks for why I cannot support this letter as is. I recognize that this is a tough vote and a vote of conscience. I wish my colleagues the best in whichever way they vote, trusting they gave this issue as much thought and consideration as I have, even if we may end up on different sides of this. Thank you, residents, my colleagues, and Mr. Mayor for your time. And with that, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. It's been a long evening, and so my remarks are going to be probably fairly short. They're going to kind of substantiate where I got and how I got here. What has been totally missing in this entire process is true communications. I was riding in the car going to a meeting with the city manager on the 18th when all of a sudden another fellow councilman sent him a text message saying, "Did you know that the Board of Supervisors were going to vote for a $7 million advanced project over on..." That's the first I had heard about it. There had been no communications about it at all. Okay, I'm not sure where it happened, but I do know that during that period of time, I also learned that Supervisor Barger had pulled it from the agenda and subsequently given the cities an opportunity to start communicating and talking about it. But because of no communications, we're here today. Okay, the building on that piece of property, 5 stories, 4 stories, whatever it is really not appropriate, but we would have never been able to reach that without knowing about it. But that project could have been voted on that day and moved on because it's a by rights project. Okay, what's proven out of this whole system is that the state pushes mandates down to the county. The county is now, they're in the same position we are. They don't have, that ability to fight back this. Okay? I'd like to raise your hand. Who heard of National Corps ever in the last 2 weeks? I mean, other than the last 2 weeks, had you ever heard of National Corps? I never heard of National Corps, and I do know that Julie back there, she has done some homework on it and stuff like that, but most of us never heard of National Corps. So we're supposed to take their word of what's going on, and they're probably very honorable people, and I believe take people at face value at this point, but they had a project to go forward. I watched the tape, the Zoom meeting tonight, just like everybody, a lot of people did. Pretty pictures, really nice pictures. I did go out and see Deer Creek out in Rancho Cucamonga. Nice looking apartment complex. Not knowing exactly, all the ins and outs. I didn't, like John, I did not get out and start talking to people. I just kind of wandered around the place. I never spoke to anybody, but they looked like they built a pretty nice project. But when I watched the videos tonight, the Zoom meeting, I didn't see one 5-story building, one 4-story building. I saw properties that were extremely large with center quad areas in the middle, wrapped around, but I saw no vertical buildings going straight up. And then I've been told by our city manager and other conversations we have, that I asked the question, what guarantees that they're going to, once they get their funding, okay, what guarantees do we have as a community, us in Laverne, that they're going to build what they say they're going to build? They say they're going to build a 5-story, but we've changed our mind now. We'll go down to 4, and maybe we'll go down to 3. But once they've got approval for their funding, what guarantee do we have that they will now not change their mind and go back because, to a new situation? So I'm just at a point where, as far as the letter is concerned, I'm going to support the letter because I grew up my entire life working with the opinion that if it isn't written, it never happened. Okay? We can always pull this letter back. We can get some conversation going and figure out what's going on. But I just can't not oppose this project based on where it's at and how I found out about it. That it was obvious to 400 or 500, 600 people at the park, and they were all, and it really wasn't that not in my backyard. It was, how the heck did this happen without none of our local representatives knowing anything about it? Okay, we found out, kind of by accident. But I will want to thank, from the bottom of my heart, at least Supervisor Barger gave us an opportunity to at least start a dialogue and see what's out, even though she's bound just like we are by this by-race project. And what I would like to see, like I said, I am going to support the letter of opposition, but I would like to propose, along with Mayor Hepburn, we've talked about this, I would like to see a joint community meeting, either both city councils, an open meeting, inviting the supervisors, both supervisors, inviting National Corps, come out and tell us what they're really going to do. Even though I'm not sure that at this point, I understand they're starting to kind of change it around and mix it up a little bit, but they're hearing the community. So back to the word communications. Let's figure out how to communicate back and forth with them. Other than that, I could just banter this back and forth all day long, and I think we're already been here pretty late. I'm going to support if there's a motion on the floor to support this letter, I will support it, and then I will ask my fellow council members if they have any interest in trying to put together some type of a community meeting with both us and Laverne. Is anybody interested in that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Supportive of that, Mayor.
And I will make a motion that we approve the letter of opposition and authorize the city manager to send it on the city's behalf.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would like to offer a substitute motion, and I'm going to pass this out before I read it. Okay, so I'm going to just give you guys 3.
And while you're doing that, John, I just want to confirm with Mayor Hepburn, you believe that your city council would be supportive of a joint meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then maybe we could ask our city managers to communicate with each other and figure out. So everybody's okay with a meeting?
That's a good idea.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to ask John Lee, our IT guy here, to put the motion up on the screen so everybody can read it. And I'm going to read it verbatim. And then we can talk about it if you want to. But this will be my motion. I'll be obviously looking for a second. But all right. So I numbered the paragraphs, but that's not really part of the motion. But just so we can keep in the same place. So I move that paragraph 1, the San Dimas City Council supports and acknowledges the benefits of permanent supportive housing for formerly homeless individuals. Paragraph 2, the San Dimas City Council is concerned with the current proposal for 740 East Foothill Boulevard and recommends the following. 1, maximum of 3 stories with a maximum of 2 stories along the street. 2, front setback of at least 15 feet. 3, attractive architecture with input from San Dimas and Laverne planning staffs. 4, generous landscaping, including street trees. 5, mitigation for the project's effects on adjoining properties, for example, lower building height, bigger setback, taller landscaping, etc. 6, strict adherence to guidelines for residents. 55 years and older, participation in the coordinated entry system, no convictions for violent crimes in the past 5 years, no sex offenses, other requirements as needed. 7, management by National Corps with a clear chain of accountability. 8, consultation with the cities of San Dimas and Laverne if any change is proposed to resident guidelines or who is responsible for management. Paragraph 3, the San Dimas City Council urges the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to collaborate with San Dimas, Laverne, local residents and businesses, and National Corps before allocating any funds to the project at 740 East Foothill Boulevard. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, well, first of all, is there a second to that, I guess, before we discuss?
I can second it.
Thank you, Eric. And I will just say that I think that this encapsulates everything that our draft letter is trying to accomplish. And I think it's less confrontational. I think it's more likely to, and I think it's very clear on what we're asking. And I think that it's important, as I think every council member said, we do support helping those who are formerly homeless, and especially, not especially, but this says the type of facility or apartments that is anticipated in their proposal. I would also like to just mention, and I didn't mention my other comments, that just to make clear, the housing that we're talking about in National Corps' proposal, it's not interim, it's not shelter, it's not transitional. A lot of the people, possibly a majority, like the people in Mobile Home Park that I mentioned earlier, this is going to be their home. They aren't looking, they're not transitioning, and they're not expecting to, and nobody should expect them to move up to market rate housing nearby or in apartments that are market rate. These are absolutely subsidized for people who need those subsidies. And so that's just the reason that I think that if we just make that brief statement at the start, we say that we're supportive, and it doesn't talk about this particular size, just in general we're supportive of this permanent supportive housing, which is the term that is used for this kind of housing. So that is my motion, and I invite comment or a vote.
I appreciate the work that you put into it, and I don't disagree with any of the points that you've made. I do have concern that it would potentially, at this phase of being very early on, signal to National Corps or any of the concerned parties that while we are in disagreement about the current project, the way it was pitched initially, that if they were to do these things, that I would be then in support of it at that particular location. So I don't, like I said, I don't disagree with any of the things that you said. I think my concern is that it would signal to them that we would be okay with it at that location. And I don't think in any instance that I would be okay with it at that particular location. Alternative locations with these particular points to be made, I think is probably the appropriate thing to look at. So, like I said, don't disagree with you, but I wouldn't be in favor of making the amendments to the letter as it's written.
Fair points. Thank you.
I would just say, to echo Councilmember Weber's comments, the right thing at the wrong time is the wrong thing, and that's where I'm at on what you've proposed there. So,
yeah, I too would like to thank John for putting this in, because I don't disagree with anything that's written here. I'm just not ready to say this is the right place for that project. One of the things that we're talking, seniors, they vacillate, go from one thing to the other just because we bring it up. Okay, we, as you know, over in our senior park at Charter Oak, we have residents over there that are 55 and older who start to have medical reasons, and the next thing you know, they've got a doctor's note saying that they need to have a relative move in with them, and now we have some people over there with people that are 35, 40, 45, and then they bring some kids. Yeah, there's no guarantee that it's just going to be 55 and older, because people get sick. And I just believe that, I think somebody in the audience said earlier, we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and we're trying to shoehorn this project. I agree that we need more homeless, shelters. And I don't even want to call them shelters. I want to call them homes for people and our seniors. As we all know, every country in the world supports seniors. But who doesn't support seniors a lot is our own country. So I believe that that's a very, very important thing. But right now, we have an opportunity to at least talk to these people, see what they want, if they're interested in talking to us. But they don't have to talk to us, because they have a by rights project. We want to make them think that we not make them think, we want them to know that we have some grave concerns about the communications that have gone through it. I really don't want to believe that this thing was just getting shoved, hopefully get past the community. But, the reality is, it sounds like a lot of people between us and the state, our legislators that we depend on, have been, basically told you're not in the process. And the funding is the only issue that we can deal with is with the county. So, we'll take a vote. We have a substitute motion. We'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
no.
Substitute motion fails. We'll go back to the original motion.
Mr. Mayor, I just would, sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to say the vote for the record was Councilmember Ebner and Nakano in favor, and Councilmember Weber, Vienna, and Mayor Badar in opposition on that motion.
I would just, for Councilmember Weber, I would just propose one friendly amendment that the CC distribution is to include the state representatives, Anthony Portantino, Susan Rubio, as well as Assemblymember Chris Holden, and any other state office you deem fit for this CC2. make its way to.
I'm fine with that amendment.
Thank you.
So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2 with Councilman Nakano and Councilman Ebner voting to oppose. Okay? That's when Ryan mentioned CC, and during this meeting, if we get this meeting going, we do want to make sure that, representatives from from Supervisor Barger, from CORE, from Supervisor, who's the other supervisor over there? Solis is out there, and we could CC Senator Rubio and CC Senator Portantino, and ask them to come along. Okay? I think it would be an informative meeting, and I think it helps, because even earlier in the evening, when we watched the Zoom thing, I saw some good work. There is work out there. There's if you watch television, you watch TV, and you see what's going on in downtown Los Angeles, and they're when they're opening up places, they're beautiful, they're whatever, but they're just not a 5-story building or a 4-story building in the middle of a little island, next to a community, and then not knowing about it until the last moment is kind of concerning. So, all right?
Mr. Mayor, we will broadly distribute that letter, including to Portantino, Rubio, Holden, and any other state office holder, and the whole board of supervisors, and LACTA, and National Corps, and post it on our website, just to make sure it's broadly out there. Secondly, I saw that there were 3 council members that were in support of a joint meeting with the Laverne City Council and inviting National Corps and LACTA to be able to present on the project and do Q&A live. Is that the intent of the council, or is there something more?
I think
Yes.
that was unanimous.
Yes.
Absolutely.
If it's anything like trying to calendar our regular 5 guys right here, this is going to be
And,
fun for you.
Saturdays are available, right?
I don't know what the size or the amount of people that are would be interested or combined, but one of the suggestions was thrown out was the Performing Arts Center at the San Dimas High School. That might be just something you could drop a call over to Matt Wayne and ask him if that was any possibility of that, and then come up with some dates between you and the city manager of Laverne.
We will do so.
I don't want to put too much burden on you, but make sure it happens by tomorrow.
We already got the meeting scheduled, so we're good.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming out. It's obviously, this matter is very dear to all of our hearts, and we want to do the right thing for the right reasons. So good night. Those people from Laverne, have a safe journey. Turn in your tickets at the gate when you start across. Yeah. Okay. John.
All right.
This is great. There's no other word for it.
I appreciate it, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if it's possible, we could do a 5-minute break.
Another 5-minute break. Everybody threw their eggs already.
Remarks, and I look forward to staying engaged with you. Please keep fighting.
I'll give you my card here, real quick, because, yeah, we do. We work.
These are your homes, and I get it. So keep fighting.
I got it. I've got to work with you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. John Lee? Yes. All right. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting. We're going to... All right. Okay, we're going to go to a public hearing regarding the adoption of Resolution 2023-28, setting a special citywide landscape per parcel tax for the fiscal year of 2023-2024 to be used for landscape maintenance purposes. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Scott Wasserman, Director of Parks and Recreation. And as the mayor mentioned, this item pertains to the citywide landscape parcel tax, and this is used to fund the maintenance activities in public areas like parks and medians. In November of 1997, voters approved ordinance number 1086 adopting the special parcel tax to be levied against properties in the city. Revenues collected are exclusively used to improve and maintain public parks, parkways, medians, and trees. Current projections for Fund 8. Fund 8 is the landscape fund. Anticipate a deficit of $131,319, which will increase to approximately $167,614 if the parcel tax is not increased. A general fund subsidy is required for any difference between the revenues collected and expenditures for maintenance services. Approval of the recommended action would increase the parcel tax collected in fiscal year 23 and 24 by 3.7%, or approximately $36,295, to correspond to a 3.7% increase in the CPI. The only other thing I'd like to note before I turn it over to council for some questions, I just want to note that staff salaries, the staff that work in the public areas, public works and park maintenance primarily, those are actually paid out of the general fund. So when you include those as expenses that are related to the maintenance of the public areas, total expenses are $2,768,453. And therefore, with that calculation, when you add in all of the expenses, I just wanted to note that this parcel tax pays for a little over 37% of maintenance activities in public areas. And with that, I will take any questions that the City Council may have.
Anyone have any questions? Eric? No? No? Okay. I'll open a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Would this be Terry's matter? No?
That's
okay.
Boulevard, right?
Okay. All right, anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Anyone have any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we, we adopt resolution number 2023-28 with option 1, with the increase of the 3.7%.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to public hearing number 2. Public hearing regarding the adoption of Resolution 2023-30, confirming the diagram and the assessment for fiscal year 2023-2024 for Open Space Maintenance District 1, track number 32818 Boulevard. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Today's public hearing allows the City Council an opportunity to consider staff's recommendation to increase the annual assessment for the Boulevard Improvement District. On March 14th, 2023, the City Council approved the engineer's report and declared its intention to levy and collect an assessment in fiscal year 23-24. The engineer's report projects a deficit of $7,106 in the district. The homeowners in the Boulevard district gave permission to the city previously to increase the annual assessment to correspond with an annual increase in the CPI or the Consumer Price Index, not to exceed 7%. In this case, the CPI that we're using is 5.8%, and I just want to highlight this CPI, you'll notice it's a different number than the last one. The last one was 3.7%. because that was used a different time period to measure that. That was April through March. This one is actually January through January. So we're looking at a consumer price index of 5.8%, an increase. This would calculate to an increase of approximately $33.05 per household per year, which would take the assessment from the annual assessment from $569.86 to $602.91. And with that, I'll take any questions that council may have.
Council? We'll open a public hearing.
Hi, I'm Terry Bearden. I live at 1260 Via Verde, and I'm here representing all the people that live on Via Verde. I talked to them all. I talked to all my neighbors. Most of them work. They couldn't be here at this meeting, and we're not opposed to the money, to the raise, because we all said we understand that. What we are upset with is, and I don't know who I exactly blamed, I just talked to this gentleman here, but the arborist is impossible to deal with. When we asked him to thin those trees out, he basically told me, well, if you want them done, you can get it done yourself. Hello? That is not an answer for me. And then we have some of my neighbors, there's a pine tree that comes across the walkway. Look how tall I am. I had to duck to get through. Somebody walking at night would hit their head on that. So we finally removed it ourselves. We did cut it. $800, we spent it ourselves. We don't care. Something has to be done. But then when you had the fire department come through, and I saw them at the city meeting, and they came by my house, the one thing he asked me, and it was Mr. Gomez, he gave me his number, and he said he was going to put it in an email. The trees on Via Verde are so huge, right on the Via Verde street itself, and he goes, how come these aren't thinned out? I go, those are city trees. And so I want to know is what can we do about getting them thinned down? Because if we cleaned everything around our houses and he gave us approval, he came back and said, you all did a good job for fire. I don't care how good I clean around my house. Those trees, if they get one catches on fire, they're all gone. The whole neighborhood's gone. And they're just too high. And the roots from those trees, and this is the truth, and I'm going to tell you, because of the roots, I had to change the water, how to turn it on from my neighbor's house, because it was my tree's roots. That cost me $2,700 to get them removed all through there, so it wouldn't be going under my house. I spent another $3,000. And it's ridiculous. And then it lifts up my sidewalk. Well, they came around and fixed all the sidewalks of the city, which I'm glad because they were terrible. But mine is still there. I have to pay to have it done. And I want those trees trimmed. We want those trees trimmed down. And that's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, not complaining about the money raised. We'll pay for it.
And thank you for your comments. I will certainly look into that and explore that with the arborist.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak to the council during this public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council?
All right, I guess I've got to make the motions to raise money. So I will. Some of my colleagues are a little reticent.
Keen observer.
John Emmeter voted to raise taxes all these times. Resolution number 2023-30, I would recommend that we approve that, adopt that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Strange how things go at 11 o'clock at night.
Keep a rolling.
Okay, we're going to go to public hearing number 3. Public hearing regarding the adoption of resolution confirming the engineer's report to increase in assessment and diagram for fiscal year 2023-2024 for Open Space Maintenance District 1, Northwoods. Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The purpose of this public hearing is to solicit input from the public regarding a proposed increase in the annual assessment and to tabulate ballots from the households located in the Northwoods District. On March 14, 2023, the City Council approved the engineer's report that projects a fund deficit of $24,314 for the current fiscal year. City Council also declared its intent to levy and collect an increased assessment of $1,538.28 in fiscal year 23-24. Council also directed the city clerk to conduct a ballot procedure for the purpose of obtaining homeowner approval for a potential increase in the annual assessment. Ballots have been mailed to all 38 households within the Northwoods Assessment District and included the following, and I'll just read some of the verbiage on the ballot. 2023-24 annual assessment increase of $639.86 with a total annual assessment of $1,538.28. The second issue that's on the ballot is future year increases tied to corresponding increases in the CPI or the Consumer Price Index. So when people mail the ballots in, they either vote yes for all of that or they vote no for all of that. At this time, I think we'll tabulate the votes. A yes vote would be, we would experience a yes vote, and if we have 51% of the votes cast to increase the assessment and to allow the city to process future increases in the assessment tied to the Consumer Price Index. A majority of protest would exist if the votes go the other way. Basically, if 51% or more of the votes are against the increased assessment. In the event of a majority protest, the city engineer would be instructed to revise the scope of work in the engineer's report to reflect the level of maintenance activities that could be sustained with the existing annual assessment of $898.42 per year. Public hearing will be scheduled for June 13th, 2023 to present the revised engineer's report to the City Council. City Council may choose to continue to assess the current rate of $898.42 on this date. As a Northwood Assessment District, it's on private property. Homeowners are ultimately responsible for the maintenance of their yards. So in the event that there is a majority protest and the city has to curtail its maintenance activities to match the budget, homeowners would continue to be responsible for maintaining their yards and their landscaping in accordance with the San Dimas Municipal Code and any other state or local laws. And with that, I'll take any questions that council may have.
Council?
Is there like a ballot box? Is there a presentation of the votes?
That's going
There-
to happen in a minute here.
We do have
fantastic.
ballots, yeah.
Oh.
The city clerk has a ballot.
Going to happen in a minute.
It's momentous. yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Seeing no further questions, we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Don't all rush at once. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Mayor, we need to keep the public hearing open while we do the tabulations.
We're going to reopen the public hearing.
There you go.
Okay, and I'm going to ask the city clerk to open and read out the results of the ballots.
Mayor, City Council, the total number of qualified properties or ballots for this item are 38. The total number of ballots that have been returned by mail are 26. If there are any members in the audience, residents who want to submit a ballot now, they can do so. But seeing that no one's coming forward, of the 26 ballots returned, to make the 51% majority protest, we would need 14 of the 26. So I will start opening the ballots. (1702) Calle Alto has voted yes. (1789) Calle Alto has voted yes. (1757) Calle Alto has voted no. (1793) Calle Alto has voted no. (1733) Calle Alto has voted no. (1710) Calle Alto yes.
It's neck and neck.
Yeah. Tie goes the runner.
1102 Paseo Sandy no. (1792) Calle Alto yes.
Tie game, man.
(1749) Calle Alto no.
What happens if there's a tie? City Attorney.
If there's a tie, there's no majority protest, so the council can decide to vote for the increase.
That sucks.
1719 Calle Alto no.
There's not going to be a tie.
What's that, 17?
1719.
Okay.
Current rate, we will have that 8:10 breakfast.
$17.85, yeah, Calle Alto, yes. $17.41, Calle Alto, no. $17.53, Calle Alto, no. $17.61, Calle Alto, yes. $17.29, Calle Alto, no. $17.25, Calle Alto, no. $17.45, Calle Alto, no. $11.18, Paseo Sandy, no. $17.22, Calle Alto, no. $11.05, Paseo Sandy, no. $17.73, Calle Alto, yes. $11.10, Paseo Sandy, no. $17.06, Calle Alto, yes. '06 is at the top. Oh. Oh. Yes. $17.30, Calle Alto, no. $17.80, Calle Alto, no. And 1113, Paseo Sandy, no. We have 8 in favor, 18 opposed.
City manager concurs. 8 in favor, 18 opposed.
We have none. So there were no ballots that were not counted. Of the 26 ballots, we have 18 that were in protest. Therefore, the proposed increase in the assessment will not be processed. The City Council will adopt Resolution 2023-32, wherein the city's engineer will be instructed to revise its report to reduce the scope of the work to the amount of the assessment to the level of the previous year's assessment, and the City Council will set a new hearing on the assessment for June 13th, 2023. At the hearing, the City Council may assess at the current level of $898.42 per parcel.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing. Discussion from the council?
I would move as just stated by the city clerk.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0.
See, John, I got a motion in tonight.
Well, Emmett predicted it, so he could start his own, analysis firm for the next presidential election.
Mr. Mayor, I just briefly wanted to just recognize Hilly Sabaja, our senior management analyst, who helped me put a lot of these documents together. So she had a big part in this.
Thank you, Hilly, for keeping them straight.
That was really kind of fun. We should do that more often.
I just don't
Maybe
know.
not.
I just don't know why we didn't do it much earlier when we could have a lot of people could hear. Okay, so June 13th, public hearing. Okay, I guess we'll move on to oral communications. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to 3 minutes or as may be determined by the chair. I want to let you know, I'll let you speak as long as you want. Oh, seeing nobody, we'll close the oral communications. City manager, you told me it'd be short.
Just one item. Public Service Recognition Week is this week. Celebrated the first full week in May since 1985, Public Service Recognition Week is a time set aside to honor those who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees. Throughout the nation and the world, public servants use this occasion to educate others about the work they do and why they have chosen public service careers, as well as many ways that government services make their lives better for all of us. We will be honoring employees through social media and internally, the first of which is currently posted now on our social media accounts. It's a maintenance worker. I'm proud of the remarkable service that public servants provide on a daily basis and ask that our community show their gratitude for those who dedicated their lives to the profession. With that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney?
No reports tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Council members' reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency?
Yes, we actually, a couple of us went out to the SCAG meeting, Southern California Association of Governments. And so Eric Nakano and I did that. And that was it was pretty interesting. I was there for the first day. Eric can report on his. And I was just going to tell you very briefly that at the opening remarks or the welcome part of it, there were a number of speakers. I didn't know she was going to speak, but Dolores Huerta spoke. If that name rings a bell, Dolores Huerta was one of the co-founders of the United Farm Workers and marched with Cesar Chavez back in the 1960s and 70s. She's 93 years old and has never stopped. She was literally talking about stuff that happened last month that she's out there organizing and advocating and everything like that. And I'll just take this opportunity to give a shout out to my brother. I will say that he's younger than me by 1 year, and he marched and organized with the United Farm Workers back in the 70s and that kind of thing. So thanks, Larry, for that. I went to a couple breakout sessions. One was on, and just not going to talk about them, except one was about clean transportation and zero emission vehicles. The other was about housing and affordable housing and that kind of thing. And I won't go into any details unless you want some lengthy reports. Other than that, that's all I have for that.
Thank you, John.
Eric?
I too attended the same conference, and I attended the same housing session that John did. I missed the earlier part of the session due to a personal commitment to attend a service for a member within our community, but found the sessions informative. Again, because the hour is late, I don't plan on going into detail at all. I can provide an update at a later time should people be interested in some of the information shared. So thank you again.
Okay. City Council requests for future items. Eric? Nakano?
No future items, although I did just want to make a comment that Mother's Day is coming up, so I just want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. May is also APIA History Month, so wanted to extend my recognition of that month and all of the things that Asian Americans have done to make this country great. And I want to also just, I think there was one more item, but the hour is late, so I'm a little faded. Let me just quickly check one of the things. Oh, of course. And I also want to wish people a happy late Cinco de Mayo. I'll turn it back over to you.
Eric?
Just one thing, and that was to address something brought up in the earlier oral communications about the Caltrans easement with a homeless encampment there. I just wanted to share some personal experience that I've had with Caltrans as it relates to those easements. I know it doesn't make it right, it doesn't make it convenient for the public, but I will say that I've talked to somebody who works very closely with Caltrans and the state for many, many years. And I related to them a story about how I noticed some blight on the Via Verde off-ramp from the 57 and brought it up to Caltrans, and that they kind of gave me a hard time and blamed the residents of San Dimas for creating the situation. And I just was sharing with them that I wasn't very happy with the service that I got, especially being a member of the city government, I guess. But they had shared with me that Caltrans, in fact, prioritizes citizen requests over like governmental requests in their experience. So while I completely expect that if anybody were to bring anything up to me that is concerning a Caltrans right-of-way or city staff, that we would certainly forward it along and do what we can. However, I would still encourage people to file as many reports to Caltrans about whatever condition it is that they're reporting to us, just to flood them with complaints so that it gets prioritized. If that doesn't occur, if it's just San Dimas as a city reporting this issue, it may get thrown to the bottom of the stack and gotten to eventually. So just wanted to share that little tidbit. Doesn't make it right, doesn't make it convenient, but it is what it is. So thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mayor. One is I want to thank all of our folks in public service this week, and everyone here does an amazing job, whether you're someone who works for the city or you're a contractor or in some other line of work. So, but to our city staff, thank you so much for all your service. As it relates to API month, thank you, Councilmember Nakano, for your service and contributions to our community here. It is also Mental Health Awareness Month. And so I do hope that is an issue that's very near and dear to me. And I hope people are really mindful this month. I encourage people to look at the resources through Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. If anyone needs any help or needs access to crisis counselors, last year the county, through state and other mandates, has launched 988, which is a great resource to be able to get to a suicide hotline or crisis worker relatively quickly. So I do hope people are utilizing that resource, and this month I am making posts from SAMHSA and other organizations to continue to raise awareness towards that cause. So I hope you'll take some time to take a look at that and raise awareness towards those causes. Sunday in Sacramento, each year the state of California has the Police Officers Memorial. It's also Firefighters Memorial. So I just want to remember some fallen public service first responders, and my thoughts are with them and their families. Yesterday there was a vigil on Sunday night, and they were added to the memorial wall in Sacramento, which I encourage everyone to visit if you ever have the opportunity to, across from the Capitol. Next week is National Police Week, and so I want to thank all of our first responders, our San Dimas Sheriff Station personnel who respond here, as well as some of our law enforcement, forestry folks, and others who work in an enforcement capacity. There's a lot of things going on in law enforcement today. The job doesn't get any easier, and your service is not seen here and isn't gladly heard about, and thanks and appreciation from many. I want to wish everyone a wonderful Mother's Day. As was previously said, lots of fantastic people out here who are mothers or serve that motherly role for many, and I'm very grateful for that. And lastly, I was shocked and taken aback when I learned of the passing of Terry Muse. I think she was excuse me, a wonderful person in the time that I got to know her when I got involved with the city. And, you know, that she just could light up a room and really knew how to connect with people. And I'm thinking about her even because I have my waste management little cart here. It's been left since the last council meeting, but she was someone that really cared about the community and wasn't just someone here as our liaison per se, but she was always someone that volunteered in the community, could be counted on to take on some extraordinary roles, and her contributions were great, well beyond her call of duty for her day job. She was truly someone that I think was aligned in a position. And like my dad said, you know, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And it was very clear that she really loved the work that she was doing and liaisoning with our cities. And even though I may not always agree with some of the waste management stuff, Terry made it much more palatable and understandable. And she's going to be missed, and it's a great loss. So my thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. I'm sorry I missed service today due to my duties at work, but I am thinking about her. Thanks.
John? I knew Terry Muse for quite a while, and she, to echo the other comments from Ryan, she was a caring person. She was sweet. She was a good representative for waste management and always available. And so, yeah, she will be missed. Other than that, I do not have any further to add.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I attended the service celebration of life for Terry today, along with some city staff and members of the community. It's pretty astounding. There's 300 people plus for this lady who sparkled. She made everything was okay. We're going to get through everything. We're going to figure it out. What I found out, and I've learned over the time that I've had an opportunity to meet her and work with her, was that she was very involved in local politics of the city of Baldwin Park. She was appointed for a 2-year term and then got reelected, and then after 6 years she decided that she was going to move on to something else. but she was always very active. I mean, she was active in their marriage encounter system and just very, very, very involved. And as I said earlier, when you talk to Terry, Baldwin Park was her home, but San Dimas was her home, and Diamond Bar was her home. All the cities that we know around us, she was a part of. It didn't matter what event it was. I can remember her over here at the senior center cutting meat and packaging it up for the birthday barbecue. And she was a mother of 4, and her husband David. I can remember sitting here and looking out into the audience, and they both sat there during meetings, and it didn't necessarily have to do with a waste management issue. She just wanted to be a part, and it was always good, because if you needed her, she was there. If you needed her husband, he was there. She'll be sorely missed. I can tell you that my wife shed immense amount of tears at her loss. So tonight, I would like to close this meeting in her honor, and I appreciate the things that were said. I'm sure her family will appreciate those things, and we'll close in her honor. At this time, we're going to go into a closed session for the next 3 weeks to discuss 4 items. The items include conference with labor negotiators related by unrepresented employees, 2 cases of anticipated litigation, and a conference with labor negotiators related to the city manager's agreement. Okay? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Good night.